Coming this fall to Sports Channel, exclusive National Hockey League action returns. Throughout the regular season and the playoffs, follow your favorite teams as they drive toward the Stanley Cup. Exclusive National Hockey League coverage on Sports Channel. There's nothing like it. Coming up next on Sports Channel.
This week, the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America rolls into Kansas City, Missouri. This agricultural town has grown into a sprawling city, and they love their sports in these parts. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Baseball Royals. And they also love their high school football. Last year, Rockhurst High School needed 4 overtimes to defeat Jefferson City and advance to the state finals. These two teams square off again tonight on Sports Channel America. Here come the Rockhurst Hawklets, 3-1, ranked number 4 in the state of Missouri. They have won 5 state titles. 98% of their students wind up going on to college. The Rockhurst Hawklets and the Jefferson City Jays, they are 5-0, ranked number 2 in the state. They have not lost a regular season game since 1985. Their only losses in the playoffs to Rockhurst.
Sports Channel America presents the National Federation High School Game of the Week.
Live from Dasta Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri, Sports Channel America presents the National Federation High School Game of the Week. Tonight's game features the Jefferson City Jays versus the Rockhurst Hawklets. And tonight's game is brought to you by Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade for that deep down body thirst. Good evening and welcome to the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America. I'm Bob Papa. Glad you can join us this week in Kansas City, Missouri. Jefferson City ranked number 2 in the state. Rockhurst is ranked number 4. Jefferson City has not lost a regular season game since 1985, but they've lost 4 games since in the playoffs, and all to Rockhurst. Once again, I'm joined by former Miami Dolphins standout defensive back Glenn Blackwood, 29 interceptions in his NFL career. And Glenn, tonight they'll be using a football in which there's a double grip on the ball. It's a new kind of invention that high schools are starting to take.
Well, it's an interesting invention. It's what it does is it inverts the dimples as opposed to have them pop out, and they feel like they can get a better grip on it. One of the other things they're doing is they're painting it with a fluorescent yellow stripe for night games. Your lighting in high school football games isn't quite as good as it is in pro and colleges, and so they're looking to try and improve the game any way they can, and this is a couple of the ideas.
Okay, they won't use the fluorescent ball tonight because neither team had enough time to work with it. So this is the football that they'll use this evening. Well, let's take a look at Rockhurst. They are 3-1, and they are led by an outstanding running back, Travis Huenfeld, a 3.3 grade point average. He can do it all.
Well, Coach Tony Severino said he wants to run the football, and when he wants to run the football, it's going to be in Travis Huenfeld's hands. He's averaged 9.6 yards per carry, scored 7 TDs. He blends power with 4.4 speed. He's a game breaker.
Well, on the quarterback side, they have a National Honor Society member in Matt Leonard and a 3.7 grade point average.
Well, they're going against a big Jefferson City team. They're outsized a little bit, so they're going to have to throw the football a little bit. They're going to look to Matt Leonard. He's a very conservative quarterback. He puts the ball where the receivers can get it, not the defensive backs. He has no interceptions so far this year, and he's got a good arm.
Well, when you talk about Jefferson City, you have to look at their head coach, Pete Atkins. 40 years as a head coach, and he is the second all-time winningest high school football coach in America among active coaches. He's a real winner and a real educator.
He's got a great record. He's got a good team this year again, and he said that one of the things that worried him again was Travis Huenfeld, their running game. To combat that, they're going to be counting on their big defensive line. They've got a lot of size there, and they're going to rely on Steve Martin. He's 6'5", 275 pounds, and kind of like unlike his namesake in the movie and comedy industry, he is a wild and crazy guy.
Well, when you talk about this Kansas City area and all throughout the state of Missouri, everyone talks about Bo. Of course, Bo Jackson. Jefferson City has their own Bo.
Well, they do have a Bo of their own, Bo Adams, and he's their quarterback, he's their safety. Bo knows defense, Bo knows offense. He's got a good arm, he runs the option well, they run the wishbone. He's the guy they're going to count on to move them down the field tonight.
All right, this one should be a dandy. Jefferson City ranked number 2 in the state, Rockhurst number 4. Sit back and enjoy. We'll be back with the opening kickoff. We now pause for a regional break.
Follow the course of the most popular team in college football, Notre Dame football, on the Sports Channel America Network.
I take care of my body, play a lot of sports, play to win. I go to Sport Mart. They got the best, at the best prices.
For the way you play.
The everyday Sport Mart price is guaranteed the lowest in town. I get the difference in cash. It's the ESP guarantee.
For the way you play.
When you play with Wilson, you play with the pros. Michael Jordan Air Attack adjustable graphite all-in-one basketball set. Sport Mart price $139.96.
Sport Mart. For the way you play.
For over 22 years, our goal has always been to sell a fine product at the very best price.
During the years, our business has grown, but our policies have not changed. Best price, best selection, and best service has made Solozzi Edelson Chevrolet the #1 dealer in Chicagoland.
And remember, we guarantee you can't beat our deal, or we'll give you back the difference in cash.
At Solozzi Edelson Chevrolet and Geo in Elmhurst at York and Roosevelt Roads, where you always save more money.
The magnificent Yankee, the great number 7, Mickey Mantle.
Yes, it's Mickey Mantle. In an exciting new video, the Mick tells you his own story, his career, his riotous escapades on and off the field, and much, much more. Meet a Mickey Mantle few fans have ever known. Learn the real story behind the infamous Copacabana incident. Feel the excitement of the record-breaking home run race with Roger Maris. Recapture the drama of Don Larson's perfect game. Watch Casey Stengel tie a Senate subcommittee in knots.
He was really putting the stinglese to him that day.
Hear the hilarious story of how Billy Martin shot a cow.
Billy was always a great one for jokes.
Meet Ford, Berra, and the great Joe DiMaggio. See some of the longest home runs ever hit. It's all here on one great video, acclaimed by critics everywhere. Use your credit card and call toll-free to order Mickey Mantle. The American dream comes to life. Just $19.95 plus $3.50 shipping.
Order now by calling 1-800-348-0600.
And we welcome you back to Kansas City, Missouri. Dasta Stadium. Rockhurst in their home blue uniforms will be kicking off to Jefferson City. Jefferson City wearing the all-white, and Todd Powell, the senior, will kick it off. An outstanding kicker, punter, tight end. He is fantastic. And back deep, Larry Jefferson, number 48. He is a game breaker. Along with Eilers. Jefferson will take it at his own 5. Has some room. And it's hammered.
Boy, what a tackle.
20-yard line. What a hit that time by Travis Euenfeld, number 20.
Well, I'll tell you, we talked about him going into the game about being a great running back, but he shows right here, form tackle, head up, right in the numbers. Good job by Travis Euenfeld. He's also a linebacker on the defense, and he showed why he's a good tackler right there.
Here's a look at the Jefferson City offense as they started. Bo Adams, the quarterback. He is outstanding. Tony Walker, game-breaking ability, along with Todd Eilers. There is the offensive line. Kenny White and Jonathan Craighead on the right side. They do a fine job in blocking. 1st and 10. And off the wishbone, and nothing doing there on the first handoff of the game. And it goes to the fullback, Todd Eilers. Let's take a look at the defense for Rockhurst. Matt Reinhart, Chris Sexton, Scott Severino, the son of the head coach, Bob Porter, and Todd Powell. Powell also an excellent defensive player. They're on the linebackers. Jason Long will call all the signals. Watch for Euenfeld. He can hit. And back deep, Matt Leonard, the quarterback, also an outstanding football player. 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line of Jefferson City. And we have a whistle as there is a pitch out on the far side. And that was Tony Walker with the carry. Obviously no whistle on the play, and Walker picks up 4 yards on the carry. Tony Walker is senior, 6 foot, 180 pounds, running into that wishbone formation for Jefferson City. And you get a look at Dasta Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. You know, we're right on State Line Road, which is the borderline between Missouri and Kansas. And we are right on the border. These two schools, both from Missouri. Jefferson City about 2 hours away. Rockhurst on the outskirts. Third down. Handoff. Short of a first down as they give it to the upback, and not enough for a first down. Justin Beck on the carry. And there is Pete Atkins. 40 years as a head coach, the second all-time winningest head coach in high school football among active coaches. Pete Atkins, 5 state titles. And punting formation, Chris Nohoffen will punt number 18. Uenfeld is back deep, number 20, but it does not go to Uenfeld. Fair catch is called for there. And it's taken by Tony Belvins. And 1st and 10 for Rockhurst, and they will have good field position on their first offensive possession at their own 38-yard line. Let's take a look at the offensive setup for Rockhurst. Matt Leonard, the quarterback, he is outstanding, 3.7 grade point average. Uenfeld also a game breaker. Tim Griffin will go out and catch a lot of passes at the split end, 11.3 yards per catch. There's the offensive line, Severino. Once again, they run to the right side quite often. 1st and 10. Leonard for Uenfeld. Near first down yardage. Pickup of about 8 yards on the play by Travis Uenfeld. Let's take a look at the Jefferson City defense as the J fans looking on. And there you get a look at that squad. Steve Martin up front, number 79, 275 pounds. He is very key there, along with Chris Ryan at one of the ends. Ryan, a 3.35 grade point average. The linebackers also very effective, led by Jonathan Craighead and Craig Helming, and the defensive backfield, Bo Adams, the key there. 2nd and 2 for Rockhurst. Play action. Leonard to throw, and it's intercepted. Ball is picked off by number 63, Jonathan Craighead, the linebacker, off the deflection, and they said turnovers would decide this one, and Jefferson City gets the first break.
That's exactly right, Bob. Both coaches stressed how turnovers would be a factor in this football game, and they both were concerned about it. It's a little play-action pass, a little fake to Uenfeld. Good coverage, though, by the linebackers. Ball's batted up in the air, and Jonathan Craighead's in the right spot at the right time. That's one of the things you want to do as a linebacker or defensive back. Never quit on the football. You never know where it's going to bounce, and it bounced his way that time.
Todd Eilers on the deflection, and Craighead picked it off. 1st and 10 for Jefferson City from the Rockhurst 38-yard line. Adams, the quarterback. That's Beck, the man in motion. This is Walker. Turns the corner. Near a first down. Still on his feet and bumped out of bounds. Around the 24-yard line. Let's see where they mark it out at the 21. Good run by Tony Walker.
Coach Pete Atkins told me early today, he said, we're going to break the wishbone some. We're going to get in a one-back set. That's what they did there. They motioned to a flood, got a good block on the safety out there, and you saw Tony Walker just do the rest. Good, hard running by Tony Walker.
Gain of 17 yards for Walker. 1st and 10 for Jefferson City. They are in the white, a 5-0 record. Rockhurst on their home field in the blue. Opening minutes of play, first quarter, no score. Inside handoff for Beck, and he hustles down to about the 15-yard line. Good pickup that time by Justin Beck, the senior running back.
You're going to see both of these football teams run the football a lot tonight. They both believe in the running game. And you just saw earlier when the first pass in the game results in a turnover, they want to keep the football on the ground.
Tony Severino, the head coach of Rockhurst, wearing the blue cap. Born in Cleveland, one of the only coaches to ever win a state title in Kansas and in Missouri. 2nd and 4, ball on the 15-yard line. Jefferson City with it. Play action, pump fake, and there's the throw incomplete by Adams. Looking for a man streaking down the left side. That was Ryan. 4,500 fans on hand.
That's about all they could fit in here. I mean, it's packed.
So it sets up a 3rd and 5 for Jefferson City from the 15-yard line of Rockhurst. First quarter, no score. 8:01 to go. We're in Kansas City, Missouri. Bo Adams, the quarterback, working out of the wishbone formation. Adams gives for Eilers, and he gets nothing. Maybe a yard, and that's it.
Well, part of the reasoning of that play there by Coach Pete Atkins is running it to the right side. He wanted to make sure he ran to the right side because it centered the ball more in the field. Gives them a better angle which to kick the field goal.
And they will send out Chris Newhoffen. And he will spot the ball down and attempt a field goal. It looks like they'll spot it at about the 22-yard line. Looks like maybe the 21.
He's having trouble getting a shoe on.
This is a 31-yard kick. The quarterback, Bo Adams, will place the ball down. Loses it.
Snap.
Low snap. He doesn't have anybody open. He'll just heave it deep into the end zone, and it's out of the end zone and incomplete.
Oh, there's a flag.
And there is a flag inside the 5.
The flag's going to be offensive lineman downfield, no doubt about it. Broken play like that, nobody really knew where the line of scrimmage was.
And look at Bo Adams.
Bo Adams is down. That would be a blow to this Jefferson City offense. He's the guy who makes it go for that wishbone. The key man for Jefferson City. And get a look on the replay. There's just a little bit of confusion. The snap came back real quick. Adams does a good job of picking it up, but it wasn't a planned fake, obviously, and he just tries to heave it down the field, see if somebody can come up with it. And you saw Adams get tackled there right at the end of the play.
He got twisted and hit up high as he was falling down.
It's hard to see where they're working on him.
Let's take a look at it again.
I just saw it at the end. It had to be something that happened as he was hitting the ground. He's up walking now, so
yeah, because
it looks to me maybe he got the breath knocked out of him.
Yeah, he got hit again as he was twisting down. Let's watch it.
It was something that happened on the way down right there. He just got bent backwards. Just got bent backwards.
All right, so the Rockhurst defense is able to hold. They'll take over possession on the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America.
All right, here we go, here we go.
Fluids. Minerals. Energy. In the heat of the game, nothing puts it back like Gatorade.
The Chicago Blackhawks, a hard-working group with their sights set on being the best. The Detroit Red Wings, powered by Motor City hotshot Steve Yzerman. Chicago versus Detroit, or Winnipeg versus the Islanders on Sports Channel America, Tuesday.
The fiery rage of a kickboxer. The unstoppable force of leather-fisted warriors. And the unbridled fury of pro wrestling. Non-stop action on Feet, Fists, and Fury. See it Monday nights, only on Sports Channel America.
There you get a look at Coach Pete Atkins, the second winningest coach, active coach in the United States, and he's got to be a little bit upset with that missed field goal. They had talked about turnovers being key in this game. They come up with a big turnover, but don't come out with any points. So that results in a deadlock 0-0 in the first quarter still.
Rockhurst with the football in their home blue. Jefferson City in the white. Rockhurst second possession, 1st and 10 for their own 15-yard line. Matt Leonard is the quarterback. And off the inside handoff, not much doing there for Ewenfeld as he is dragged down after maybe a 1-yard gain. Travis Ewenfeld.
You're going to see a lot of activity out of the Jefferson City linebackers, Jonathan Craighead and Greg Helming. And the reason for that is that they've got an excellent nose guard in Adam Shefferly. And he's going to take up, they're going to have to double team him. Rockhurst is going to have to double team him, and that's going to leave one of the linebackers free.
Griffin out on the left side, Ewenfeld in the backfield as the halfback. And off the inside handoff, good fake that time. And Ewenfeld able to pick up some yardage. There's the kicker, Chris Nolhoffen of Jefferson City. Ball out to the 20-yard line, setting up a 3rd and about 5 for a Rockhurst first down.
You get a look at Steve Martin. He's the one with the tallest helmet, folks. He is a big high school football player. 6'5", 275.
Jason O'Brien, the up back on this 3rd and 5. Huenfeld, the tailback. Ball on the 20-yard line. And off the late reverse that time. Nothing doing there. They tried a misdirection, and it just did not work.
It was the same play that they ran the play before, except instead of handing to the fullback, they handed to the running back on the wing, Mike Sonnenberg. And here comes Sonnenberg cutting in behind the pulling guard. But I tell you what, a Jefferson City defense went for none of that fake. They sniffed that one out well, and that'll be a 4th down play now.
Greg Helming, the linebacker, just followed over Sonnenberg, and now Todd Powell will punt. He averages 40.4 yards a punt. Does Powell, heavy rush, and he gets it away. But it will be a short punt, and it bounces out of bounds inside the 35-yard line. So Jefferson City with, once again, very good field possession. They'll take it over 1st and 10 from the Rockhurst 32. Some of the Jays fans who have driven nearly 2 hours for this game.
That was very nearly a block punt there.
Steve Martin had a hand in on it as he goes for a refreshment along the sideline. 1st and 10 for Jefferson City. No score. Griffin hustling off the field for Rockhurst. Wingback formation. The quarterback is Bo Adams. Adams to run the option. Keeps the football. Gets down to the 25-yard line. Gain of about 7 for Bo Adams.
Bo Adams really has a nice knack of running that option. He did a nifty job there of cutting up inside. Picked up a nice gain. He's really the leader on that team. He's the guy that Coach Atkins is going to look for in every situation to keep the ball in his hands or keep him running the read option. They read this wishbone all the way.
On a 2nd and short. And Beck, the intended receiver, but Adams threw it a bit behind him. That'll set up a 3rd and 3 for Jefferson City.
Had the man was wide open that time, but Justin Beck, number 27, but ball was just a little bit behind him. You get a look at Coach Tony Severino.
Don't jump! Let's go!
He said, we need to move around a lot and attack. They're a little bit bigger than us, so we're going to be fighting them all game long, moving people around, trying to outsmart them.
3rd down and 3. Pitch off for Walker, fighting for a 1st down. He's near one, and the strength of Tony Walker gets a 1st down, and he earned every inch of that one.
Good, tough run by Tony Walker, 6 foot, 180-pound senior. Coach Pete Atkins said he's not only a good runner, but he's a good blocker. We'll get a little bit of look at his running ability here. Pretty good blocking out front. Nice pitch that time by Bo Adams. But you'll see Walker, he's actually stopped a little bit short of the 1st down. Keeps it, stays on his feet, picks up the 1st down.
1st and 10 from the 21-yard line of Rockhurst. Ball loose on the floor, and Rockhurst says they have it. Adams is trying to hand it off for Beck, and the officials agree with Rockhurst. Number 71, Bob Quarter, coming up with the football. Quarter, the senior with a 3.5 grade point average, picks up the loose football, and as you'll see, so many of these players go from defense to offense.
Well, there's a lot of two-way players in this game, and again, you saw a turnover that took away points that Jefferson City would have liked to make.
All right, yet another turnover. Rockhurst takes over. No score, 1st quarter. We'll be back to Kansas City after this timeout on Sports Channel America.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline for all the scores.
In a 3-2 overtime thriller.
For sports news.
Some big free agent signings today.
1-900-896-2333 is all you need. 24 hours a day, every day. Get late-breaking results and news on your favorite sport.
For basketball, press 1 now.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline. Call today.
It's never too early to start your Christmas gift list. And here's someone with news that can help make this Christmas extra special.
I love Christmas presents. And this year I've got the perfect gift for anyone who wants instant credit and buying power. The TVN Buyer's Card.
Now you can get the card free with the cost of your $10 call to 1-900-520-1234. You can't be turned down.
And you can use your card to buy great gifts the whole year round. like this Singer sewing machine, this Magnavox VCR and TV, a Sanyo microwave, a Casio keyboard, dozens of other great items for yourself, your home, and your family from this Buyers Club catalog. All with a small initial payment, low monthly payments, and no finance charges.
Call now, 1-900-520-1234. We'll rush your card and catalog right to you. And place your order by November 15th. We guarantee delivery by Christmas or your money back. That's right, so don't delay. Act now. Call 1-900-520-1234. Get your card and catalog in plenty of time for Christmas. Call now.
The captain of the Jefferson City High School cheerleaders, Shannon Lee Thompson, 3.72 grade point average, also involved in other co-curricular activities. One of the leaders on the field tonight, not only are the players leaders, but so are the cheerleaders and the fans alike. Shannon Lee Thompson. It's 1st and 10 for Rockhurst, no score. And a big breaker this time, and it's good run by Jason Long, the fullback. Jason Long with a big gainer here.
Well, it's just a quick hitting trap. You saw the center and the guard cross, and they were in a man-to-man defense that time. Once he broke through the linebackers, there wasn't anybody for about 15 yards till Bo Adams came over and brought him down. Not until he gained 22 yards. Jason Long, 6 foot, 171-pound senior. That was a nice run.
So he gets his club out of some trouble. Ball at the 43-yard line of Rockhurst. And Leonard in trouble, escaping some of it, looking for the sideline, and he will lose about 4 or 5 yards on that one. Good pursuit that time on the defensive front. Adam Shepperly, number 66, was in hot pursuit along with Greg Helming.
Good pursuit and very good coverage downfield. They were in a man-to-man defense, and the defensive backs just mirrored the wide receivers. Gave Matt Leonard no one to throw the ball to. It results in a 4-yard sack.
Adam Shepperly, number 66 on that Jefferson City front, 2.5 grade point average, also plays baseball. Loss of 5. 2nd and 15 from the 38-yard line of Rockhurst. This is Ewenfeld. And Shepperly was there to knock him down, along with a host of others, and maybe 2. Also number 45, Todd Eilers, there to make the hit on Ewenfeld.
That was another big hit by that defensive line. Adam Shepperly, number 66. There you get a look at them. They're a good-sized group of kids. Shepperly he bench presses 335 pounds. Coach Atkins says if they don't double team him, he'll be making a lot of plays tonight. That's 2 plays in a row he's made.
3rd and 12.
The green reverse.
Pete Atkins warning on the screen or possible reverse from Rockhurst. 3rd and 12. And now we have a whistle on the play as Steve Jett, number 15, splits out wide on the right side. And we have a Rockhurst timeout. 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go in quarter number 1. Glad you can join us in the National Federation High School Game of the Week. Bob Papa along with Glenn Blackwood. Rockhurst in the blue, ranked number 4 in the state of Missouri. Here's head coach Tony Severino.
On that play right there. Right there, 4-2. That defense had 79 outside. What are you talking about on? Yeah, just cut up. We'll run some dive off of it. Okay, we'll just run some dive, just block base and come off and get them. All right, they run through a lot. Okay, all right, we'll just run some dive off it. They like to run that screen. Nickel.
Looks like they're going with their nickel defense on a 3rd and long situation.
What's the most consistent defense, Steve? Dennis, you guys.
Coach Atkins is admonishing his team to look for the screen.
Tony Severino in his 8th year, 72 wins, 15 losses, 3 state titles. 3rd and 12. Leonard calling signals. Sonnenberg in motion. Misdirection. Here's Sonnenberg coming back the other way, and he does not get enough for a first down. Picks up about 5, and that is about it. And Rockhurst will have to punt the football away. Back in, Todd Powell, number 80, who almost had his last one blocked.
That was good coaching that time by Pete Atkins, which is probably why he's 2nd among active coaches in wins. He had admonished his team going into that play. Watch for the screen or the reverse. That was the reverse play. His team shut it down well, put him in a punt situation.
Powell, the punt. That is Todd Eilers, number 45. The lone deep back standing at about his own 18-yard line. Another good rush, but Powell gets it away, end-over-end kick. Eilers lets it roll, and that ball will die inside the 10-yard line. Rockhurst downs it at about the 7, and that's where Jefferson City takes over. 1st and 10. Well, the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, ranked number 1 in the country, will try to use their defense to suffocate the Cardinal of Stanford. And you can see the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock a.m. and Pacific Coast time on Sports Channel America. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame and the Stanford Cardinal tomorrow right here on Sports Channel America. Your 50-yard line seat for Notre Dame football. First and 10 for Jefferson City with the ball on their 8-yard line. No score. First quarter. Jefferson City in the white, Rockhurst in the blue. Adams, the quarterback. Eilers in motion, and there will be motion on the offensive line of Jefferson City.
That's going to put them way back in a hole.
Dead ball. Illegal procedure. Offense.
And, you know, Todd Powell's 50-yard punt there, enabling Jefferson City to have to start deep and giving the Rockhurst defense even a little bit more of an edge. Glenn, when a team is back that far, the guys sometimes get a little over anxious.
Well, when you're backed up to your end zone, one of the things you got to watch for a defense is they're either going to run the football and try and pound it out or get the first down, or they're going to go for the big play. They're going to try and fire it deep, so you got to kind of ward off the two.
Wishbone formation. 1st and 15. Inside handoff. Plenty of room. And a good gain that time by Eilers. He's able to dash across the 10-yard line.
You know, a good point you made about the punt. Tony Severino said yesterday that if it comes down to the kicking game, we feel we have the edge. We feel like we've got a great punter and a great kicker and Todd Powell, and if that's going to be the deciding factor in the game, we feel like we've got a good shot.
8-yard gain for Eilers, number 45. 2nd and 7 from the 11-yard line of Jefferson City. There are the Jefferson City fans. Here's Eilers again. This time, nothing. This time, nothing for Eilers. Great pursuit that time on the defense. Number 71, Bob Porter, was a fumble recovery, spearheaded that charge.
If you can keep a wishbone team, or a team that's predominantly wishbone, in 3rd and long, 2nd and long situations the whole game, you're going to have a chance as a defense. That's their whole key as a defense. They want to try and keep them on first down of getting as few yards as they can, a 1 or 2 yard gain. If they start getting 5, 6 yards, Rockhurst does on, or Jefferson City on first down, then it's going to be a problem for the Rockhurst defense. If they can keep them in 2nd long, 3rd and long, they're going to have a good shot at shutting them down this game.
3rd and 7, just under 40 seconds to go. 3rd and 6 in this first quarter. Inside handoff again, and nothing doing out of the wishbone formation. This time Justin Beck with the carry, number 27. Clock continues to move. Now 4th and long, and Jefferson City will have to punt the football. 4th and 6. Chris Newhoffen will boot it away. Tying his shoe, he'll be receiving this ball right at about his own goal line. And we'll have to see what kind of field position Rockhurst gets. Good punt. And it drives the man back deep, Jason O'Brien. And that's where they'll take over 1st and 10. Tony Blevins on the reception on the punt. We now pause for a regional break. You're watching the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America.
Guess who's back to host Bears 90 this season?
No way. No way.
Yes, it's true. All-Pro Dan Hampton.
I have no idea how this guy gets there.
It's not just another highlight show.
Costs about $1.5 million an episode to put together.
Dan brings the best of sports and entertainment together every week.
It's like jumping on board a train and going for a long ride.
But the best reason to watch Dan Hampton is because he says so.
Yeah, I like that reason.
Do you need a car? Listen, each year government agencies auction, sell, and liquidate thousands of cars and trucks, and the bidding starts as low as $30. Government vehicles, luxury cars taken from drug dealers, criminals, and thousands more seized, repossessed, sold through bankruptcy proceedings. Now find out how you can grab the car you want at government liquidation and bankruptcy prices. Bid as low as $30 for Porsches, Mercedes, Ferraris, Corvettes, family cars, and trucks. Find out how to get the car you want now. Call 1-900-HOT-AUTO. That's 1-900-468-2886. Just $2 a minute.
Big Ten football on Sports Channel. There's nothing like it.
Option. Meyer. Touchdown, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame football on Sports Channel. There's nothing like it.
Today's world is a pretty competitive place. Even if you already feel you're at your best, a comprehensive approach to physical care is still important because a healthy body gives you the strength, flexibility, and endurance to keep you in the game. So treat your body to a regular program of physical care. Wherever you're going in life, a healthier body gets you there. This public service health message brought to you by the American Physical Therapy Association.
10 years ago, David Cohn was a senior at Rockhurst High School. And in 1990, with the New York Mets, David Cohn led the major leagues with 233 strikeouts. Unfortunately for the Mets, they came up second this year, the Pittsburgh Pirates in the playoffs. Tied with the Reds at 1 game apiece. Bob Papa and Glenn Blackwood welcome you back to Kansas City, Missouri, as we start quarter number 2, and Chris Nohofen's punt almost blocked.
Well, there's a couple of punts that have been almost blocked, and right out of the edge of your screen, you saw the Rockhurst player come in, Jason O'Brien. That's 3 punts. They're putting a lot of heat on these punters. It looks like they're not worried as much with the return as they feel like they can block some punts, and we'll see some more of that tonight, I'm sure.
Tim Griffin split out wide on the left side. 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line of Rockhurst. No score as we start quarter number 2. Ewenfeld, nothing. Wrapped up by Steve Martin, number 79. No gain on the play. Steve Martin, 275-pound junior.
He is a big, big high school football player. He said some of his favorite football players are Ronnie Lott, Bo Jackson, and you knew he had to put this guy in, Big Bubba Paris from the 49ers. Tell you what, Steve Martin's a big kid.
2nd and 10. Keeper by Leonard. And he slashes ahead for a good 7 yards. Junior quarterback Matt Leonard was 1 rushing touchdown this year.
Tell you what, Matt Leonard does a nice job of ducking in himself. We had talked about Bo Adams, but you see him fake to the fullback, Jason O'Brien there, cuts up right behind him, picks up a nice gain, 6 or 7 yards.
Setting up a 3rd and 3. Matt Leonard doing it in the classroom as well. Remember the National Honor Society. 3rd and 3. Leonard keeps it, trying to bounce outside, and he will not get a first down. Hit by Todd Eilers, number 45. See part of this big crowd looking on. Those are the Jefferson City fans. Their team has not lost a regular season game since 1975.
And for the last 5 years, the only team they've lost 4 times, has been to Rockhurst. So there's a lot of bad blood between these two teams as far as the game goes. They're pretty clean teams, and it's not that type of a bad blood. Let's see if they try and go block the punt again this time.
4th and 3. Howell to boot it. This time he gets better protection. Good kick by Powell. Eilers calls for the fair catch. This one will roll toward the goal line and into the end zone for a touchback. 46-yard punt that time by Todd Powell. Still no score in Kansas City, Missouri. Bob Papa along with Glenn Blackwood back with more action after this time out on the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America.
There's a line that every player must cross. And whether that line is drawn in chalk or paint, on a patch of dirt, or under a man-made sky, when you cross the line, you give it everything you've got. And when you return, puts it back. Fluids, minerals, energy.
Just a reminder that kids who participate in high school sports tend to go a little farther than those who don't.
Welcome back to State Line Road in Kansas City, Missouri. Bob Papa along with Glenn Blackwood. We are right on the border of Missouri and Kansas. Both of these schools from Missouri. Rockhurst and Jefferson City. No score in quarter number 2. Pete Atkins, the head coach of Jefferson City.
All right. Well, we've been running quite a bit of base and shit on them, Ron, but double options.
Tony Severino, the head coach of Rockhurst.
All right.
Not much to say at this point. Both defenses have been outstanding. Eiler's the man in motion. This is Walker off the pitch and gets one, maybe two. On the bottom of that one, Jason Long, number 30. He made the tackle. Along with number 55, Paul Blaufus.
Both of the teams are staying with some very basic and plays, and a team that runs the football and runs it well, they're going to stay with their basic plays. They feel like eventually they'll just keep pounding and pounding, and something's going to break for them. And kind of the theory, and Darrell Rowe used to say, is dance with the things that brung you, or dance with the one that brung you, and they're going to dance with that running game right now.
Second and long. Walker is the man in motion. Misdirection handoff on the inside for Beck. And he gets a couple on the play, and that is it. As they unpile, number 27, Justin Beck, the ball carrier, and Chris Sexton, number 70, on the tackle.
Good job by the interior defensive line for Rockhurst. Coach Tony Severino said that interior 3 guys and the middle linebacker, Jason Long, are really going to have to play a great game for us because they're a little bit oversized. They're going to have to get it up, be smart, know what plays are coming at them, and attack.
Third and 5. Newhoffen split out wide on the left side. That's Walker in motion. They've got a man, and incomplete. In and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Todd Eilers. Would have been good enough for a first down.
I'm sure Coach Tony Severino is going to be glad he dropped that one. There was 2 men wide open. Todd Eilers in the flat, Walker out on the outside on a little flare pattern. Eilers just didn't quite look the ball into his hands. You got to concentrate, catch the ball in your hands, tuck it in, and then go ahead and try and turn up and run. I know Eilers wish he had an opportunity to catch that one again.
Chris Newhoffen in to punt the football. Almost had his last one blocked by number 22, Jason O'Brien. Tony Belvin's back deep. Good punt. Levens takes it at his own 31-yard line. Trying to outrun some of the coverage, is able to pick up about 5 or 6 yards. Good run that time by Blevins. And Rockhurst will take over first and 10.
You got juice now.
8 minutes and 26 seconds to go as Blevins comes off the field. Number 28, 43-yard punt. No score. Rockhurst in the blue, Jefferson City in the white. Jefferson City ranked number 2 in the state of Missouri. Rockhurst number 4.
Rockhurst has a little bit better field position now. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and put the ball up in the air a few times. See if they can make some big plays happen.
Quarterback is Matt Leonard. Tailback, Travis Euenfeld, number 20. Here's Euenfeld lunging forward. And a good gain on the play. Gain of about 4 or 5. Some of the fans soaking it up tonight.
Good job by the offensive line there. Scott Severino, Paul Blaufus, and Matt Reinhardt doing a good job of coming off the ball, driving into their blocks. And then you see Euenfeld do what he does best with that stocky, powerful running style of his. Picks up a nice 4 or 5 yard gain.
Coming into the game, Euenfeld averaging 9.6 yards a carry. He has 7 rushing touchdowns. Matt Leonard, who would like a career in business, trying to negotiate the offense for Rockhurst. Pitch out on the right side, and Euenfeld is stacked up, and maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage, and there was some hitting there by Eilers and also Bo Adams, number 15.
It looks like we got a flag on the play. That'll be a clipping call against Rockhurst. I would assume Coach Pete Atkins will move him back 15 yards.
If you decline the penalty, it will be 3rd down right here. If you accept the penalty, we'll step off 15 yards from here, and it'll be 2nd down. Take it back. End of the run, 2nd down.
They'll accept that 15-yard gift.
Referee is Paul Hoffman.
We have clipping on the blue offense. Still 2nd down.
So it will now be 2nd down.
And a bundle.
And 2nd down and about 20 for Rockhurst as quarterback Matt Leonard tries to get his team going. Says his grandfather, Michael Jordan, and Spike Lee are his role models. No interceptions this year. He's completed 18 of 31 coming in. There are the Jefferson City fans. 7:15 to go in the 2nd quarter, no score. Leonard gives it on the inside. This is O'Brien. And O'Brien gets a couple back. Now to about the 37, 38-yard line before he's dragged down. Well, the National Hockey League has started it up, and nonstop NHL excitement here on Sports Channel America. Exclusive regional action. The Blackhawks take on the Blues at 8:30 Eastern, or some of you will check out the New York Rangers and the Hartford Whalers at 7:30 Eastern time. The thrills of the NHL are here tomorrow, live on Sports Channel America. These games may not be available in all areas. Check your local TV listings. 3rd and 14. Leonard trying a misdirection. He is in trouble. Shakes one tackler, still on his feet, and gets to the 31-yard line and does a good job in getting there, but great pursuit on the defense of Jefferson City.
Well, Jefferson City is attacking every play. They're almost in blitz coverage, manned up on the wide receivers. Every situation that allows them to blitz their linebackers. You can see there's just a swarm of them in there. Leonard does the best he can do to try and squirm through, but they just keep coming.
Ray Helming, number 57, had a chance, and once again Todd Powell the punt.
Let's see if they put the heat on.
Got punts.
Here they come.
50 and 43, gets it away, hits the deck, no flag call. Here's Eilers, fumbles it at his own 25-yard line, but falls on the football, and that's where Jefferson City takes over 1st and 10. Still no score. Quarter number 1. We'll be back to Kansas City after this timeout on Sports Channel America.
All right, here we go, here we go.
Fluids. Minerals. Energy. In the heat of the game, nothing puts it back like Gatorade.
Vegas action. Hal America and OMLC will bring it right to you with this special television offer. Vegas Dream, the adult game for the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Hey, adults, I'm one of those. What is it?
Roulette.
Oh, great fun. I remember one time before I met you.
Mr. Big Time.
Keno.
That too. I once won my ticket home with that.
The slots.
Yes.
I love those things.
And blackjack.
Great games.
4 games, up to 4 players.
Finally, a video game for the rest of us.
Order Vegas Dream now for only $59.95 and get a half-price coupon for Hal America's Game Boy games. Shanghai or Revenge of the Gator.
Hey.
Oh, the number. Remember the first half.
468.
5354.
468.
5354.
Got it. Hey.
Great ad.
Call now.
Well, the Minnesota State High School League has compiled these numbers. Students who do not participate in co-curricular activities with a lower grade point average than the student athlete or the fine arts students as well. And there is a full moon here in Kansas City, Missouri on this very warm Friday evening.
What a shot. That is a full moon. That's about as full as it can get.
Dasta Stadium in Kansas City. Bob Papa along with Glenn Blackwood. Glad you can join us. Rockhurst in the blue, Jefferson City in the white. There is no score in quarter number 2. 5:43 to go in quarter number 2. First and 10 from the 25-yard line. Adam gives for Walker, fighting for yardage, and that is a tough 4 yards for Tony Walker. He was hit about 4 or 5 times, but Walker has shown good balance.
Well, he really keeps driving, but that defense for Rockhurst keeps coming after him. Both of these defenses are really doing a great job so far, as Coach Pete Atkins and Tony Severino have been satisfied to keep trying to pound the ball down the field. And that's the thing that got them where they are right now, so I'm sure we'll continue to see that same hard running game.
Second and 6. Beck is the up back in this wishbone. That's Walker, the man in motion. Swing pass for Walker, and they rule it incomplete, not a lateral.
I'll tell you what, that was real close to a lateral. If that would have been, if the ball would have been anything behind Adams at all, that would have been a lateral. He throws the ball just shy of the yard line there. I'll tell you, that was very close.
Incomplete pass. Third and 6 for the Jaybirds of Jefferson City. Rockhurst fans on their feet, trying to get the defense going. Look out. Got a man downfield. That's number 85. It is complete to Chris Ryan. And he's brought down inside the 30-yard line. Touchdown saving tackle by Mike Sonnenberg and Jason Long.
Tony Severino said, we have to stop the tight end on play action pass. He's the guy that worries me. And there he comes screaming down the field, and there's no one around him. Good pass by Bo Adams, puts it right on the money. That's the big play that Pete Atkins was looking for.
43 yards. Adams to Ryan. First and 10 for Jefferson City. On the Rockhurst 28. Beck, the man in motion. And good defensive pursuit that time by number 82. 62, actually. That's Matt Reinhardt.
Interesting play here. Everybody, all the running backs have gone to the left. It's just a naked option, meaning there's no lead running backs, and Rockhurst didn't fall for it at all.
Reinhardt, a 3.8 grade point average, member of the National Honor Society, says Donald Trump is his role model.
And he wants to major in business. He did a good job there.
Second and 13 for Jefferson City. From the 31-yard line of Rockhurst. Adams to throw again, in trouble. Sheds one tackler and gets inside the 15-yard line, and a flag on the play. Adams was hit pretty hard. Let's see what the call is. Spearing.
Look, yeah, that's one of the things they're really guarding against in high school football is keeping your head up and not hitting with the crown of your helmet.
We'll watch it. White captain. We got a spare on them. You accept the penalty. We'll step off where we're half the distance to the goal line. We're on the 24-yard line, 23 and a half. They'll be down to 11. We want it. And a half, and we'll be first down.
Half.
Huh?
24 and a half, you down on the field.
23 and a half.
Keep it up till half. Come on, Michael. Keep it up.
Step it off.
See a spearing call. Get a look here as Bo Adams is scrambling with the football, and he decides to slide in here. Let's see if we can get a look here. Right there, Huenfeld comes in a little bit late with the top of his helmet. Get a look at it from another angle here. You know, it's one of those rules you don't ever, I really hate to see things take away from the aggressiveness of football, but that is one rule that needs to be enforced, because that can also cause injury not only to the one being tackled, but to the guy putting the tackle on the player.
First and 10 from the 11-yard line of Rockhurst. Jefferson City with the football. And the quarterback keeps a flag on the play as Adams gets to the 5-yard line. That in the vicinity of offensive holding.
That's exactly right, and I think that's what you're going to see. Should be a big boost to the Rockhurst defense if that's indeed what it is.
Holding on the offense. We decline the penalty.
I would assume that they will definitely take the penalty. That's going to get Pete Atkins a little upset there as he had a good drive going.
double split, double slot. Green roll out left, 4 sideline and go.
Well, we're going to see a little pass play this time by the Jefferson City offense. Sideline and go, I would assume he's going to roll out, give his wide receiver time to run an out route, and then turn it up the field, go for the 6 points.
Ball moved back to the 22-yard line. So it is second and very long. Well, first and very long. First and 21, it appears. Adams to throw. He's got a man. That's Eilers.
He looked in that time.
Todd Eilers breaks the ice. Jefferson City leads it 6-0.
I'll tell you what, Eilers learned from his mistake because he looked it in that time. He almost bobbled it, but he kept his concentration just enough to get that ball, tuck it in his arms as he ran a little out and up, headed for the sideline, turned it up the field. That's 6 points for Jefferson City.
Todd Eilers, who says Dad and the President are his role models, cashes in for 6. Chris Newhaufen to kick the extra point. And his kick is good. So with 3:02 to go in the first half, Jefferson City leads it 7-0. Let's watch the play again.
Well, we'll get a look at Todd Eilers. He's in the little wing set there, and he runs a little out and up. Tries to sell the linebacker on the out route, turns it up. Does a good job there. Ball's right on the money. He lost sight of it for just a second, but concentrated enough to tuck it in.
Eilers with the score. Jefferson City in front. Back to Kansas City after this.
Fact. In Florida, a man jumps out of a plane, and when his parachute doesn't open, he falls 3,600 feet to the ground, bounces twice, and lives to tell the tale. Fact. Now you can enjoy thousands of true stories like these in Time Life Books' brand new Library of Curious and Unusual Facts. Start with Feats and Wisdom of the Ancients. Then there's a book on the mysteries of the body, and even one on vanishings. Examine the evidence. Listen to eyewitness accounts. And look at hundreds of astonishing photographs. You've never seen a collection of stories stranger, more fascinating, or more fun. Call now for your copy of Feats and Wisdom of the Ancients. Examine it free for 10 days. Keep it and pay just $12.99. Other volumes will follow about every other month. If you don't think it's one of the most intriguing books you've ever read, you can send it right back.
One of the things you don't ever want to do on an extra point is rough the kicker. You see Rockhurst coming from the bottom of the screen. Right there, catches Newhafen, flips him in the air. They get a roughing the kicker. That's going to move the ball up 15 yards to Rockhurst 45-yard lines. This is an optimum time to try an onside kick. If you don't get it, the best they can have is the ball on the 35-yard line. Let's see what they do.
And Rockhurst has only managed 1 first down thus far in the first half. Euenfeld is back deep. Let's see if Newhaufen will try the onside kick. Jefferson City in the white leads Rockhurst in the blue. 7-0, 3:02 to go in the first half. And he kicks it away. Short kick taken by Sonnenberg at the 5-yard line, and he is able to get it out across the 15-yard line. And it's 1st and 10 for Rockhurst.
Well, they opted for the other alternative, which is to pop the ball up in the air and hope to keep the offense backed up away in their own territory. It's going to make Rockhurst have to start from their 15-yard line. They haven't had a lot of success offensively so far this half. Pete Adkins is hoping his defense can stop them, make them punt the football or block a punt, and have a chance to score once more before the half ends.
Both teams with success in the classroom. 98% of the students at Rockhurst will attend a college. At Jefferson City, a public school, 71%. 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line of Rockhurst. They have the football off the inside handoff. And the man still stays on his feet. That's Jason Long, one of the fullbacks. Good balance there by Long.
That was good balance. A lot of traffic inside there. Jason Long picked his hole well. You'll see him right here. A little trap play. The guard pulls to try and block the defensive tackle. There's a defensive man right there, but Jason Long keeps his balance, puts his hand down. Nice job of switching the ball to his right hand there so that they keep it away from the defensive player. Picked up a first down.
Gain of 10, first and 10 for Rockhurst. Inside handoff, and nothing doing that time as they tried the misdirection. And the defense was right there keying on long. Maybe a gain of 1.
Doing a lot of cross blocking in that offensive line, and the reason you do that and why Coach Tony Severino's doing that is that Jefferson City line just a little bit bigger than his, and if you can cross block, you can get some angles on them and open a hole up. There's Tony Severino. 72, 15, and 1 here at Rockhurst.
Second and 8. Ewenfeld tripped up. Good job on number 66, Adam Shepperly, once again. Able to cut down Ewenfeld before he can get going. Pete Atkins, 40 years as a head coach. Jefferson City High School opened in 1905.
I don't know. What are you doing, Ron? We want to tell you, waste time out here and make them kick deep or what?
Just over 2,200 students at the school, and now Atkins wants a timeout with 1:15 to go in the first half.
Well,
and he wants some time with the football.
Well, his thought there is that let's make them try and punt the football deep, or they've had an opportunity to block a couple of punts. Maybe they're going to look to try and block the punt if they can stop them on this third down. Let's listen in to see what Coach Atkins got up his sleeve.
Go man split. Man split. Probably better coverage. All right, let's switch that back over there to a man split in there, loose. Man split loose. Now, you guys know what the bread and butter is here, guys. Look down and distance over here. You know what the bread and butter is. Now, we've got 2 timeouts left, Bo. If we can get a hold of this football, you've got 2, right? You've got 2. The ball stops us when we get the punt, don't we? Looking for the tight end drag. Looking for the tight end drag, fullback out the flat. Man split, Todd.
Here's Coach Tony Severino talking to his troops.
Trips, who's my slot? All right, here you go, John. Trips left, 30 pass, slot back, stop. Trips left, 30 pass, slot back, stop. All right, we got to do a good job. All right, hold up now.
Now they're going to come out in a flood formation with trips. Have 3 wide receivers all to one side. Run a little slot stop pattern, see if they can pick up a first down.
Now, yesterday we also saw Jason Long throwing the football in practice. Let's see if they try that wrinkle as well. They just swing it out along the left side, and really nothing doing that time as they can't get the yardage needed on the third and 8. They'll have to kick the football away. Josh Batts on the reception.
There you see the trips as the slot back just runs a little stop pass. Good catch there, but not enough to fake out the Jefferson City defense, and they do a good job of reacting up and stopping it for a first down. I think you're going to see Jefferson City, as they called a timeout here, they want to have as much time left for their quarterback as possible. I would think, based upon the fact that they put a lot of heat on the punter, Todd Powell for Rockhurst, that they're going to come after this football. If they can block this punt, put them in an optimum position to get another score going in.
Well, this past May,
read the ball.
Pete Atkins Instructions Club. This past May, Jefferson City High School had 20 students scoring the 99th percentile in the ACTs or SATs, so they're doing it in the classroom. And under head coach Atkins, they have not lost a regular season game in 5 years. Powell to punt the football again. He's had punts of 43 and 50 yards.
Here they come.
He's got, oh, and it's blocked by number 22. Malcolm Benson blocks the punt with 58 seconds to go in this first half. Len, you said the protection was breaking down, and they finally get one.
Well, they've been coming after it for 2 or 3 times. That time they overloaded the right side of Rockhurst line, and you'll see number 22, Malcolm Benson, come in from the outside, takes the good angle and lays out in front of the kicker so as to not rut the kicker if he misses it, and just picks it off his foot perfectly.
So the big plays going in favor of Jefferson City. Ball on the 23-yard line, first and 10. Eiler split out wide on the left side, Walker in a slot. To throw is Adams, tucks it away, flag on the play though, as he gets out of bounds with 50 seconds to go at about the 15-yard line, but there is a flag in the backfield. And a clip on Jefferson City.
That's going to be a tough blow for Pete Atkins to get a clip.
Blocked it back here, had him, and he lost contact, and then he cut his legs out. Good call, sir.
You see here to Rockhurst.
You got incompleted pass. Out of bounds. Okay. Be second down if you accept it up there. If you accept the clip penalty back here, it'll be first and about 30. Take the penalty. First and 30.
That will be a big blow to the Jefferson City. It really almost negates the whole yardage they gained by blocking the punt.
Offense. Still first down.
Well, the man who set it up all for Jefferson City was Malcolm Benson with his block punt. 3.9 grade point average. Says Arsenio Hall and his brother are his role models. Says Lawrence Taylor is his favorite football player. And look at that grade point average, and he would like a major in agricultural engineering. Malcolm Benson, only a junior. So now it is first and 33.
Reverse.
Oh, Newhouse. He's got some blocking. Tries to get to the outside and picks up about 10 yards on the play. Matt Leonard, number 7, there to slow him down. And Jefferson City uses their third timeout.
Tell you what, that was a fine tackle by Jason O'Brien, number 22. I thought that was going to be a big play. It looked like they had blockers. The Rockhurst defense was flowing with it. And just a nice tackle. Here you'll see Bo Adams as he sprints down the line on a run fake. Sets up the reverse nicely. But you'll see right here, Jason O'Brien, he breaks down out in the flat, turns him back inside to where all the help's coming from and helps make the tackle. Good job. Good heads-up play.
Tony Severino needs his defense to come up big here in the final 37 seconds.
43, cover 5, no spy. 43, cover 5, no spy. It's just two backs.
Well, they have no timeouts
just
left.
Watch the quarterback throw. And you got that quarterback. Keep it contained. All right, 43-5.
Jefferson City has no timeouts left, so they're going to have to throw a ball either down the field, get it down there and try and stop the clock quickly, or throw an out route and let the receiver run out of bounds. If they keep the ball in bounds, the clock's going to keep ticking, and they'll not have an opportunity to even kick a field goal.
Second and long, second and 22 for Jefferson City. Ball on the 35-yard line. Adams looking cross field. Can't find a man. Incomplete. He had Walker cutting with Eilers, but the ball thrown low. Clock stopped with 32 seconds to go. Now third and 22.
Well, they have to either get a first down or they're going to have to sprint their field goal out on the field because they don't have a waste down. It's third down. If they gain 20 yards, they wouldn't get a first down. It'd be fourth down. They're going to have to try and kick the field goal. They're either going to have to go for the end zone or throw a pass to the sideline and let the receiver step out of bounds.
Third and 22 from the 35 of Rockhurst. Adams trying to buy himself some time. Sexton there. Gets away from Sexton. Has a man. And it's complete. That's Ryan, the tight end. And he's down at the 15-yard line.
Well, it won't be
timeouts remaining.
And it won't be enough for a first down. They've got a fourth down play here. They're going to have to throw the ball in the end zone as the clock ticks down. 8 seconds left.
Let's see if they can get the play off. They need a touchdown. He spikes it.
He spikes it. But it was fourth down.
It was fourth down. So, we said third, but the sideline marker said fourth.
Well, now the sideline marker guy switched it to third, then back to fourth. They had third down going into the play.
Yeah, because it was a first and long. Then there was, let's hear it.
Intentional grounding on White. Now listen to me.
I'm listening.
You decline the penalty, you're going to get the ball, but if you accept the penalty, you're going to get the ball plus 5 yards because it's a loss of down penalty.
Yes, sir.
Can't spike it in high school football.
I would assume that's the rule.
Right. The only thing I was arguing about, they hadn't changed the down marker.
I know what down it was. I got it right here on my hand.
I'm just saying that I noticed that.
Okay.
Well,
we got intentional grounding. White. It'll be lost to down, so we step off 5, and it'll be first down, Blue. And it's from the spot of the foul.
He did not make the first down. They were short by about 2 yards.
It was fourth and 2, and at that situation, you've got to go in and either throw the ball into the end zone or get your field goal team out on the field, or one of the two. They didn't have a couple of seconds left on the clock. They threw a clock play. We used to call it a clock play in Miami, which is just throwing the ball on the ground to stop the clock. But it was 4th down, so that turns the ball over anyway, and I guess you can't throw a clock play in high school football, apparently.
And even if it wasn't 4th down and you intentionally ground the football, you lose the down anyway.
That's right. So that'll turn the ball over to Rockhurst, and Tony Severino's got to breathe a sigh of relief.
I'd assume they would just run it out here. Leonard over center. They'll try one more play. Final play of the first half. Airs it out down the sideline. And the ball is incomplete. Intended for Ewenfeld. And the gun sounds to end this first half of play. Jefferson City, 5-0 in the season, has come to Rockhurst. And they lead it by a score of 7-0 here at halftime on our National Federation High School Game of the Week. As they head toward the locker rooms, we get a look at quarterback Bo Adams. We now pause for a regional break. Back with a halftime show on the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America.
Our projection screen looks so real, you'll feel like part of the show when you watch the new RCA home theater. It also has surround sound that's so real.
Stand back, everyone.
You'll forget you're sitting at home.
Let me handle this.
The RCA home theater also has Picks and Picks. It lets you watch 2 things at once, in color. Another way, RCA is changing entertainment again.
Remember Louisville? Boone coming up to loose. Oh!
Man, forget Louisville. NC State game.
Howard to Price.
All I remember is Ohio State.
What about the Notre Dame game?
Notre Dame? You?
Hey, I made the pass.
Chucky Murphy for the win. Yes, he's tipped in.
Swear it's a pass.
Bob Ryman.
Folks are asking, when's the right time to buy a new Honda? The right time is right now. At Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, we have new 90s at the lowest prices of the year. The 91 Hondas have just a slight price increase, but don't bet that won't change. Honda has the right cars, and Schaumburg Honda is the right place. With a free customer care package worth over $700 only at Schaumburg Honda.
Bob Ryman.
The right time is right now.
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
This is a cool logo.
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
We'll be there.
I'll be there. Guarantee your seat for opening day and the season. Full and partial 1991 White Sox season ticket plans go on sale October 15th.
Welcome back to the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America. I'm Bob Papa. We're at halftime of this week's matchup from Kansas City, Missouri. Well, the National Federation has a very interesting and widespread program. It's called the Target Program, in which it helps students cope with tobacco, drugs, and alcohol. And they have a very unique program called the Target Ambassadors Program, in which it's a wide-ranging program helping students all across the country. And this week we're joined by Angelo Giacalone. He is a counselor from the Park Hill School District. And Angelo, can you talk about this program and what it's all about?
Yeah, Bob, the program, the Target Ambassador Program, is an extension of the Target philosophy. It addresses the use of tobacco, alcohol, and other drugs in the school system today.
Well, now that this school year is underway, how are you implementing the Target program?
Well, one of the benefits that the Target program has is that it has 3 basic components. It has the component of the student, it has the component of the parent, and it has the component of the educator. And right now, all 3 of these components are coming together. One of the main ones, though, is that of the student. And the way that we select these students is that they have to have good standing within their community. They do a lot of community service. In addition to that, they're a good student in the classroom, and they also are involved in extracurricular type activities.
Okay, one of the students is joining us right now, Valerie St. Pierre. She is a junior. And Valerie, can you talk about how this has helped in your education and what you've learned from it?
Well, the Ambassadors Program helped me learn that I can stand for no drugs, no alcohol,
and I can relay this to my fellow students and make them feel proud to say that, you know, I don't do drugs, I don't drink.
Would you recommend this to other students that you come in contact with and have other schools be involved in this?
Definitely, because I've been to many workshops, and the ambassador program was really unique simply because we got to work with the educators and the fellow leaders in the community, which helped and which also, I think, showed them that students also care.
Having fun with it?
Definitely.
Angelo, would you recommend this to other schools and people around the state and around the country?
Oh, yeah, I think it is a very, very worthwhile program, Bob. And like I said earlier, the main thing is that it does have all three of the individual components in it of the community, the parent, the educator, and student. And I think that's very, very important. And right now in the Park Hill District, we are underwriting policy to continue the Target program, and we're doing a lot of chemical-free things with a lot of different other organizations such as SAD, such as Drug Task Force, and other organizations, and Target really helps supplement those other programs.
Okay, Angelo, Valerie, thank you very much for joining us. You get a look at the full moon as Angelo and Valerie step out. Jefferson City leads it by a score of 7-0. We're at halftime. Back to Kansas City, Missouri for more of the halftime show, the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America.
We tested in laboratories. We tested on the asphalt, in the parks, and on the road. We tested when it's 102 and there's no shade. And we found that when you lose fluids, minerals and energy, nothing puts them back better than Gatorade. It's been proven again and again. But just to keep us on our toes, we test it every Sunday. And 30 million people.
It's not the Broadway stage. Not even off-Broadway. And chances are, what gets performed here won't become the longest-running hit show of all time. This is the River Ridge High School Auditorium in Sutton, Colorado. But to the 12 members of the drama club, performances are just as difficult and the audience reaction just as critical as anything done anywhere. Because what's at stake for the students is not applause or playing to a packed house, but discovering something special inside, something that stays with them long after the show closes. When you support the kinds of activities in your high school that help turn kids into adults, everyone takes a bow.
And we welcome you back to Kansas City, Missouri. This is the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America. At halftime, Jefferson City leads Rockhurst by a score of 7-0. Bob Papa, along with Glenn Blackwood. First order of business, let's wish Glenn's brother, Mike Blackwood, a speedy recovery. He's back home in Austin, Texas. A little bit ill, but we know Mike will pull through.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You got all of our prayers.
Well, that's what we need, and we appreciate it.
Okay, a very interesting first half for Jefferson City. They were able to move the ball late in the first half and break ice. Early on, it was really a defensive struggle.
Well, it was an errant snap on a field goal. Really took an opportunity away from Jefferson City. They finally started moving the ball a little bit. They had been running the football. They're a wishbone team, but they finally came back, and it was really the passing game that got them back in the game.
Okay, let's take a look at how they got their offense running. And they were using the wishbone formation, but it's the pass to the tight end, Chris Ryan.
Well, it was a play-action pass, and Coach Tony Severino said that's the guy that worried him out of that wishbone was the play-action to the tight end. Chris Ryan right there comes wide open. Good pass by Bo Adams. Puts him in good scoring position. And the next time they come up, Todd Eilers runs a little out and up route, sells himself, looks back to the quarterback. Good fake by him. The ball's right on the money. He juggles it for just a second, but keeps it control of it, keeps his feet in. Nice touchdown.
6 plays, 74 yards. Another opportunity for Jefferson City late in the second quarter. Malcolm Benson, number 22, with the block punt.
Excellent angle here. And watch him cut in front of the punter, stretch out, and just clip it right off of his toe. There was no opportunity to rough the punter if he missed the football. He comes up with a block kick, and they had been putting pressure on the whole game. And I'm sure they're going to still do the same thing going into the second half. is that Jefferson City is going to continue to put pressure on the punter for Rockhurst.
And Rockhurst really not able to move the football. They have to feel fortunate they're only down 7-0.
Well, I think so. They could have had an opportunity, Jefferson City, to kick a field goal. They had other field position that was pretty good, but Rockhurst came out just down 7-0. And like you said, I think Coach Tony Severino's got to be happy with that. He needs to get some offense, though.
Well, Jefferson City is ranked number 2 in the state. Rockhurst number 4. Let's take a look at the numbers in the first half. Let's take a look at the first half statistics. And you take a look, first downs, Jefferson City had 6, Rockhurst only 2. You get a look at the total yards, 142 for Jefferson City, 87 for Rockhurst, and look at the passing yardage.
Well, that's the key right there. Coach Tony Severino said that he really felt like they were going to need to throw the football a little because Jefferson City was so big up front. Jefferson City's really controlling the line of scrimmage. Their defense is. Therefore, the running game has 83 yards, but that's not really indicative of the way things have gone for Rockhurst. They're going to need to put the ball up in the air and be a little more successful with that.
Well, those are the numbers, and the key number, Jefferson City leads it by a score of 7-0 at halftime. We now pause for a regional break. You're watching the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America.
The Indiana Hoosiers visit Dike Stadium to battle Northwestern Saturday, October 6th at 11 p.m. Don't miss Bill Mallory's forces as they hope to shut down the Wildcats' powerful offensive combination of Bobby Kreshkin and Richard Buchanan. It's been 4 years since the Cats came away with a win against the Hoosiers, and the Cats are hungry for a victory. Don't miss the Big Ten battle Saturday night at 11, right here on Sports Channel.
Bulls basketball on Sports Channel. There's nothing like it.
Yes, deep to left field. Way out. Bradley on the track, looks up, put it on the board.
White Sox baseball on Sports Channel. There's nothing like it.
Still no score. Here's Larmer trying to change it. He does. He shoots. He scores. Steve Larmer off the draw.
The Blackhawks Sports Channel. There's nothing like it.
Watch out. He's at the 50. It's a race. And his field is gone. Touchdown, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame football on Sports Channel. There's nothing like it.
Sports Channel. There's nothing like it. Follow today's college hockey players as they turn into tomorrow's champions with the CCHA Game of the Week. It's hard-hitting college hockey as the best from the Midwest come together to battle it out on the ice. College powerhouse Michigan State takes on the University of Illinois at Chicago Friday live at 7 only on Sports Channel. Your home for college hockey.
We welcome you back to the National Federation High School Game of the Week on Sports Channel America. I'm Bob Papa. We're in Kansas City, Missouri. And right now we're joined by Jack Miles. He's the executive director of the Missouri State High School Activities Association. And Jack, first of all, welcome to the telecast. Can you talk about what the association is all about in the state of Missouri?
Bob, the Missouri State High School Activities Association is basically a statewide voluntary association of secondary schools that have come together to form an association back in 1926 to govern and give direction to our interscholastic program.
Okay, we've traveled around the country and we've talked to different directors from other states, and there's always one or two major concerns and programs that are being worked on. What are you focusing in on in Missouri?
Well, I think we are working hard at this time to emphasize and maybe I should say re-emphasize sportsmanship, teaching of ethics and integrity through our program. This is an outcome of a push through the National Federation, which we picked up a couple years ago as a result of concerns with the declining sportsmanship that's being displayed at not only our events, but college and the professional level. And we've really been pushing this. We have a campaign going right now entitled Speak Out for Sportsmanship, which we are really working hard with our member schools to promote the concept of good sportsmanship and to try to educate people how they should be conducting themselves at an interscholastic event. It is different than the pros. and they should know that, and hopefully they'll better education as to how they should conduct themselves will result in a better atmosphere of sportsmanship at our events.
Okay, the Activities Association is also concerned as to what the students do in the classroom. Can you talk about that angle of it?
Yes, quite frankly, it's contrary to many people's beliefs. We have most of our interscholastic teams are made up of outstanding students. In fact, we have a program now to recognize scholastic achievement. We have 2 awards which we give based on a group cumulative grade point average. I say group because we do have music and speech and debate as well as our athletics. But these groups must achieve a 3-point grade point average or better as a team for our Distinguished Academic Achievement Award, and better than a 3.24 on a 4-point scale for our Outstanding Achievement Award. And we've had, I think this past year, over 1,000 different groups receive this recognition, and we're quite proud of that. And I think it shows that we are teaching something through the program, that we have a lot of outstanding students involved in our program.
All right, Jack Moss, continue the best of work in the state of Missouri, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Bob.
And this halftime is brought to you by Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade for that deep down body thirst. And right now at halftime, it's Jefferson City in front by 7. We'll be back with more of the halftime show brought to you by Gatorade, plus the second half after this timeout on Sports Channel America.
I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
For more than 25 years, James Bond has thrilled moviegoers. And now Time Life Video announces the James Bond Collection. And the adventure begins with Goldfinger at the special introductory price of just $9.99. That's a savings of 50% off the regular price. Then you can collect other James Bond adventures on home video. Dr. No, From Russia with Love, Thunderball, Live and Let Die, Octopussy, and more.
Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
The James Bond collection begins with Goldfinger for only $9.99. If you keep it, you'll receive another great Bond movie each month for just $19.99. There's no minimum to buy. Cancel at any time. Call now to get Goldfinger for just $9.99. Here's how to order.
To order your James Bond video cassette, call 1-800-841-0300. That's 1-800-841-0300. Or send just $9.99 plus $3.23 shipping and handling to James Bond Video, P.O. Box 4670, Omaha, Nebraska.
And we welcome you back to Kansas City, Missouri. This is the National Federation High School Game of the Week. Jefferson City leads Rockhurst by a score of 7-0. We are at halftime. And right now in the booth, Bob Papa along with Glenn Blackwood, and we're joined by Dick Schindler. He is the Assistant Director of the National Federation. And Dick, welcome to halftime. And I guess really the story is about the footballs that are being used tonight. We have this football here with the fluorescent stripe that's not being used, but the game ball tonight has the inverted dimples. Can you talk about what that is?
Well, basically, a regular football has a raised surface. We call it a pebble grain. This is like an opposite of that with indentations. It's called a double grip. And we're experimenting in about 8 states, including this game tonight, to have the players, coaches, and so on evaluate the handling, gripping ability, whether it handles better, whether they can hold on to it. And in the course of the season, we'll find out how it works in wet weather and mud and things of that type.
Well, I know that was one of the concerns that we were looking at in the inverted grain, is that, you know, when you're dealing with a grass field, or if there's any mud at all, if it fills in those grains, is that going to be a problem as far as gripping? Has anybody been able to discuss that?
Nobody's really called in and reported on it yet, because we're really in the early stages of the first few games using it. But we assume we're sure we're going to get that information before the season's over. But it has some possibilities, and we're fortunate enough to get 8 states with some schools in the states using the ball, and going to evaluate it and get that to our Rules Committee meeting in January.
Well, I know they're constantly trying to improve ways to see a football, especially at night, and this football with the fluorescent yellow striping on it. I remember back in the NFL many years ago, they came out with a football that had a white covering on one section of the football. I don't know exactly what the reason they ended up out not using that anymore, but it's kind of an interesting concept because you do have not quite the lighting you would at in an NFL stadium.
Right, and this ball went through the same type of experimenting last year, the design of the striping and the color. And again, we used it in about 9 states, and the reports back were pretty favorable on visibility, night games, poor lighting, and of course the spectators like to see the ball, and so you can see it from the stands. Also, the videotaping that most high schools do, the ball will show up real well in the videotape.
Well, you can see as it spins in the air, you can almost see the full color that it encompasses with the football. Are there some problems, though, maybe as far as perception of the ball and the size of it?
Yeah, we've heard those reports where maybe it doesn't look quite right coming at it. If it's not a tight spiral, maybe it gives a little optical illusion. But on the other hand, of course, there's pluses that we feel it's had enough positive effects, so the committee legalized this last year. This ball can be used anywhere in the United States in the high school level. The difficulty now would be the availability. The companies that make it are just gearing up to get it out, so we'll probably see a lot more of them next year.
Okay, let's take a look at all 3 footballs side by side and exactly how they look at it. And you see on the field that we had today, and you see the inverted football, the near ball, and then you see the fluorescent ball as well. And then on the far side, I guess that's the more traditional style with the raised pebbles on the football.
Right, it's really difficult to see unless you get real close to see the raised surface on the grain rather than the indented surface.
I would assume these balls weigh basically the same amount, same inflation pressure, etc.
Everything is the same. They're all exactly the same size and weight and shape and so on.
All right, so this could be maybe the new wave of the future, at least in high school sports. You know, in the professional ranks and in college football, the situation is where the stadiums are well lit, but in high school football, this could really come in handy. And this was kind of developed by former A's owner Charlie Finley.
Yes, that's right. And I think in the testing we'll find out, golf balls have a little dimple effect on whether the trajectory in passing and so on, whether it'll hold a tighter line.
It could in essence be able to throw a ball a little bit further because there's less resistance on it.
Right.
So
or kick it further.
All right. That could be interesting. I guess Charlie Finley liked this yellow here because it's kind of like the old A's. But,
right.
Anyway, it's an interesting idea. I think I'm always interested in things that are going to enhance the football game, and this could be an interesting concept.
All right, Dick Schindler, the Associate Director of the National Federation, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Halftime.
Appreciate it.
At halftime right now, Jefferson City leads Rockhurst by a score of 7-0, and the Hawklets coming out onto the field, and they are primed for action. Jefferson City with a 7-0 lead, and this halftime show has been brought to you by Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade for that deep down body thirst. And the Jays of Jefferson City back out onto the football field. They have driven nearly 2 hours to play this football game. They have not lost a regular season game since 1985. They have lost 4 times in that span to Rockhurst in postseason play. And right now they've got the magic number working. We mentioned about both schools. Rockhurst was founded in 1916. There's 780 all-male students at the Jesuit school. Jefferson City is a public school. They are led by quarterback Bo Adams. Bo completing 3 passes for 75 yards and the 1 touchdown pass, a 21-yard strike to Todd Eilers.
They threw more in the first half than they throw in a whole football game sometimes because they're a wishbone team, but it paid off for them. They got some big plays out of it. Bo Adams showed that not only can Bo run the option, but Bo can also throw the football. We've seen Bo play defense. The other side of the football.
And Leonard with a 3.7 grade point average. Says Bo Jackson, Joe Montana, and Derek Thomas are his favorites. Had not been intercepted coming into tonight, but he was intercepted on his first pass by Jonathan Craighead off a deflection. There's numbers coming into tonight's action. Well, Matt
going to need to see him throwing the football a little bit more, but that big defensive line for Jefferson City has just been harassing Rockhurst offense. They're led by Steve Martin, number 79. There he is, 6'5", 275-pound junior. Coach Adkins said that he is really improving a lot. He's becoming a force on that defensive line, and at 6'5", 275 pounds, I can understand why.
Get it up.
And right now there's a delay because the scoreboard is out.
Captain, we're going to keep it on the field. Captain.
They will be keeping the time on the field.
Well,
Pete Atkins walking his sidelines. 2,250 students at Jefferson City, a public high school founded in 1905.
Where's Adams at?
They moved into their current building in 1964. 71% of Jefferson City students attend a four-year school. And they have some very notable alumni.
They're working on it.
As does the Rockhurst School, Tony Severino in his 8th season. In 1981, he won the Kansas State Championship. He's won state championships in 1983, 86, and 87 in Missouri. And right now, that is the problem. The scoreboard lights are out. Well, we've had a lightning delay in Charleston, West Virginia.
Scoreboard delay now. It's not really a problem right now in the third quarter. Where it will become a factor is in the fourth quarter. If this game's tight, both of those coaches are going to want to know how much time's left on the clock. That will dictate to them exactly what plays they want to call, whether they need to get in hurry-up offense or whatever. So they're going to have to be in touch with the timekeeper on the field. Make sure they know exactly what the time is remaining.
Well, the referee, Paul Hoffman, will keep the time on the field, and this sellout crowd here at Rockhurst High School on their feet along with the Jefferson City fans. Jefferson City leads it by a score of 7-0. Rockhurst will get the football and move from right to left to start this third quarter. Chris Newhalpin will kick the football off, number 18 for Jeff City, as they're known. Going back deep, Mike Sonnenberg, number 42, and Travis Ewenfeld, number 20. Ewenfeld came in averaging 9.6 yards a carry, only averaging about 2 yards a carry through the first half of this one. Newhalpin, good kickoff. Ewenfeld will take it at his own 9. Has a seat. Got a save. And is brought down, number 18. Chris Newhalpin, number 18, snuck in and got maybe a shoe, or the man was gone.
I'll tell you, on a kickoff returns, what you're looking for is timing. Those blocks to be laid right when the running back gets to the point of attack. Right there, good blocking, a nice hole. Ewenfeld does a good job of picking his way through it. That's a spark maybe that Rockhurst needs to come out and start getting a little life in their offense.
31-yard return. Griffin split out wide on the left side. Wishbone formation now. Hand off on the right side and churning ahead for yardage for Rockhurst. Good pickup that time. Gain of about 5 on the play. And it was Travis Ewenfeld. Ewenfeld, who cuts lawns in his spare time, along with putting together a 3.3 grade point average. An outstanding football player, they say one of the best baseball players in the state of Missouri. A center fielder. Quarterback Matt Leonard on a second down at about 5, and flags fly. Looks like offside on the defense.
The defensive line, I got white.
That's an easy first down.
Dead ball. Encroachment, defense.
One of the great things a quarterback can do is use his voice inflection. You saw Matt Leonard there, used a count. You go on a count quick enough all the time, and the defense gets used to it. You stretch it out a little longer, they jump offside.
And remember,
5 yards.
In high school, once you go over, it's a penalty.
Yeah, it's not as much contact, but once you're in that neutral zone in high school, the flags come out. There's no such thing as getting back.
And now they will measure See if the penalty gives Rockhurst a first down. We'll get a look at the double grip football. Hard to tell from here. But it is good enough for a first down just across the 50-yard line. How important is it for Rockhurst to sustain a solid drive here, Glenn?
Well, they have really been thwarted the first half. They really never got anything going. It's important for them to sustain some sort of drive at all so that they can get a little confidence in themselves. And if they can get some confidence in themselves, and even if they don't score, if they can move the ball, get a couple of first downs, it'll give them some life.
Malik out wide on the left side. Ewenfeld sifting his way through for 5 yards. He really has a sense of picking his spots through.
Well, he does, and what's also impressive is the offensive line continuing to drive their legs and push that big Jefferson City defensive line back a little bit. Then Ewenfeld just does the rest. He's a compact runner.
There's Eric Bieniemy, Derek Thomas, and Ronnie Lott are his favorite players. Tell you what, those City cheerleaders have not stopped standing and cheering throughout the course of this game. What spirit on that side. 2nd and 6. Ewenfeld, they keyed on him. He loses a yard. Maybe he got back to the line of scrimmage. Great pursuit that time. Just about the entire Jefferson City defense.
Both of these football teams are intelligent football teams. They got some smart kids on them. They know how to play the game well. They've got a good sense. Both of the coaches talked about that being one of the. So you can only run a play at them so long, and they finally get wise to it. And you have to see a few misdirections, maybe a pass play here and there by Rockhurst, soften up Jefferson City a little bit.
3rd and 6 from the 46-yard line of Jefferson City. Leonard sack. And it's out front, Adam Shepperly, number 66, in there once again. And along with Greg Helming, number 57, but Shepperly got in there right off the bat.
Coach Pete Atkins is just attacking with his defense. I mean, they're blitzing right off the bat. You can see that Shepperly just comes virtually untouched. Creates a big sack there, but they are really blitzing, and it's creating some confusion in that offensive line. You saw Shepperly, nobody even blocked him. They're going to have to make some adjustments on the sideline.
It is 4th and 13. Howell, who has one block, gets off his kick. It is a short kick, favorable roll, though. And the ball will be down inside the 30-yard line at about the 27-yard line for Jefferson City. That's where they take over. 1st and 10. They lead it by a score of 7-0. Tim Griffin hustles to the sideline for Rockhurst. Jefferson City and Rockhurst won 6 of 10 state titles in the 1980s. But both of these schools doing it in the classroom as well. First and 10 from the 27-yard line of Jefferson City. The quarterback is Bo Adams, number 15. Eilers is the man in motion. They pitch it off for Walker, slicing across the 30-yard line. And he's dragged down number 70, Chris Sexton, there to make the tackle along with Jason O'Brien, number 22.
Ewenfeld, we've talked about Travis Ewenfeld being a great running back, but he's also a pretty good defensive player. He's the outside linebacker, turns the play in, gets in on the tackle.
You know, Tony Severino told us yesterday he has 80 players on his squad as Jason Long fixes his equipment. He said, but as it gets to crunch time, this game is so big, you will see the same names and numbers out there as this game narrows down toward the finish.
He uses a lot of people both ways, and that could start wearing on him eventually. We'll have to watch and see if they eventually in the 4th quarter start tiring against this big Jefferson City football team.
2nd and 4 for Jefferson City. Beck is the up back. Beck takes the handoff, follows the football. It's loose, it's kicked ahead. And let's see who recovers it. Jefferson City made the mistake of trying to pick it up on the run instead of falling on it, but Jefferson City gets it back at their own 49-yard line, and they get the first down out of it.
Hey, they are fortunate there. They're fortunate because that ball was squirming all over the field, and one of the things when the ball's out on the field you want to do is fall on the football. Just, you know, scoop it up and get it. Don't try and pick it up and run. Just scoop it up and get it on the ground.
Yeah, that's Kenny White trying to kick it. Well, Mike Burkbank comes down and recovers it.
The offensive linemen very seldom get to run on the football, so they got to take their chances when they can.
1st and 10 for Jefferson City from their own 49-yard line. Handoff for Walker, the second back through. Wrestles forward for 9. Good hard running by Walker. Jason O'Brien on the tackle, and Jefferson City is starting to control the line of scrimmage.
Good hard running and good lead blocking by Todd Eilers, number 45. You'll see him come through right here. Still off on the inside. Actually, he hardly had to block anybody because there was such a big hole. Tony Walker just does a good job of doing the rest. Here's another look at that big offensive line for Jefferson City, just opening up a gaping hole. And Tony Walker really runs hard. The ball almost popped out there.
And there's an injured player on the field. Jefferson City on a drive. They lead it by a score of 7-0 in quarter 3. Back with more from Kansas City after this timeout.
That every player must cross. And whether that line is drawn in chalk or paint, on a patch of dirt, or under a man-made sky. When you cross the line, you give it everything you've got. And when you return, Gatorade puts it back. Fluids, minerals, energy.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline for all the scores.
In a 3-2 overtime thriller.
For sports news.
Some big free agent signings today.
1-900-896-2333 is all you need. 24 hours a day, every day. Get late-breaking results and news on your favorite sport.
For basketball, press 1 now.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline. Call today.
For week number, the National Federation High School Game of the Week rolls into Frank Sinatra territory. Palm Springs, California. The Hemet Bulldogs take on the Palm Spring Indians. 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time next Friday night, live and exclusive on Sports Channel America, the National Federation High School Game of the Week. We welcome you back to Kansas City, Missouri. Bob Papa along with Glenn Blackwood. Pete Atkins, the head coach of Jefferson City. 7:20 to go in this third quarter. His team leads at 7-0. And their team is on a drive once again. Second down and about 2 from the Rockhurst 43. Adams to throw, looking deep. He's got a man. And a struggle for it, and it's incomplete. Good defensive play that time by Ryan Pichardo as he went up high with Chris Newhalfen.
Formation left, unbalanced left, 23 counter ISO.
Get a look here at Pichardo. Goes up and gets the ball at his highest point. Does a good job of breaking the pass up. Newhalfen was behind him for a second there, but he never gave up on the football.
Yeah, there was a little bit of pressure on Adams, which enabled him, or he was not able to throw the football right off the bat. 3rd and 2 from the 43 of Rockhurst. Back the up back. Here's Walker, first down and more, slashing down to the 35-yard line. And the senior, Tony Walker, has been impressive tonight.
Good-looking run by Tony Walker here. They're running an unbalanced line. They're stacking all the line on the left side. Little misdirection, and you see Tony Walker do a nice job of jumping over the trouble, getting that extra yardage. This offensive line for Jefferson City starting to control.
Is the up back in that wishbone formation. Walker on the right side. Eilers on the left side. Here's Walker again, slashing left, tripped up near the line of scrimmage, but falls forward for 3 more inside the 35-yard line down to the 32. Setting up a 2nd and 7 for Jefferson City. Sal Avila, number 75, comes in the game for Rockhurst as you get a look at Bo Adams, the quarterback, and running back Tony Walker, number 44. 2nd and 7 from the 32-yard line. Eilers churning forward inside, near a first down. He's a bit short as he gets to the 27-yard line of Rockhurst. Clock continues to move, under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter.
I tell you what, both of these running backs for Jefferson City are exactly what Coach Pete Atkins said about them going in the game. They're unselfish. That time, Tony Walker, who's been carrying the football so well, did a great job of blocking for Eilers. Eilers been blocking for him. They really work good together. An unselfish offense.
3rd and about 1.5 yards for Jefferson City. They have to get to the 25-yard line. Walker cutting outside, gets the first down, and then is brought down on a nice tackle that time by Jason Long, number 30, or Walker could have gone for 6. But it's a pickup of 4, first down, Jefferson City.
Well, the key to this drive so far has been first down. One of the things Coach Tony Severino said was we've got to keep them in second and third and long situations. So far on first down, every time Jefferson City's been getting 4, 5, 6 yards a carry.
Well, they traveled nearly 2 hours to get here, but the Jefferson City fans are enjoying it. First and 10. Pitch out for Eilers. Bounce down near the 20-yard line. And he's tackled on the play by Paul Blaufus, number 55. You got to look at the cheering, led by cheerleading captain Shannon Lee Thompson. They've been on their feet all night.
Yeah, they traveled 2.5 hours to get here, but Coach Atkins said, heck, that's nothing. We travel all over the state. We've gone 4, 5, and 6 hours before. He said our kids are used to traveling, and it shouldn't be a problem for us.
Second down and 7 for Jefferson City from the 20-yard line. Beck on the inside, and he gets 1, maybe 2. The scoreboard clock is out, so we can only guess, but I would say just over 5 minutes to go in this third quarter. Jefferson City leads it by a score of 7-0.
You know, not only in the scheme of things does a receiver catch the ball, but he's also got to be able to block. And here you get a look as going downfield, the wide receiver for Jefferson City, Mike Howell. He's working hard out there, trying to, if the running back pops through, to make sure the defensive back isn't there to tackle.
Third and 5 from the 20-yard line of Rockhurst. Adams for Walker. Fighting ahead, short of the first down. And let's see, there might be a flag on the far side.
Walker is really slippery. It looks like he would be hit. Looked like he would be hit about 4 yards shy of where the ball ended up, but he slid right through.
You got this to go.
Puts them in a fourth down situation. They're up 7-0 right now. I think the way they're running the football and the way they're controlling the line of scrimmage, Coach Pete Atkins is going to try and go for it. One thing you got to be careful of defensively, don't let them draw you off sides with the inflection, voice inflection.
Well, Bo Adams wants to talk it over with head coach Pete Atkins. He signals for a timeout. We'll be back with the 4th and 2 for Jefferson City after this timeout on Sports Channel America.
Squeak and streak, streak and squeak, while you play hide and seek. But now there's Triple Edge, the world's first high-tech windshield wiper. It clears, it cleans, it wipes dry, all in a single pass. But that's not all. Triple Edge wipers won't tear, dry rot, or freeze to your windshield. They're made from DuPont Nordell, used in 50,000-mile radial tires. So strong, they're guaranteed for as long as... If they ever fail, we'll replace them free. Triple Edge gives you visibility through the heaviest downpour. It whisks away snow and ice. Even mud is no match for Triple Edge. They're only $19.95 a pair. Custom fit to install in seconds on any car, van, or truck. Triple Edge is not sold in stores, so order now.
Call toll-free 1-800-238-3100. That's 1-800-238-3100. Or send $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Triple Edge Wipers, P.O. Box 4670, Omaha, Nebraska.
What's the lowest point, drug-related, that you've ever been in?
I was downtown L.A. in the alley. I was taking a hit, and I remember how scared I got. I thought I was going to die, and there was a guy named Jesse that was laying there. There was another guy that was shooting up heroin next to him, and he was shaking, you know, and they had to pour cold water on him and stuff. And I had this feeling like I was in hell.
Jenny DeLong of Jefferson City High School, a leader of many. A 3.7 grade point average as the cheerleading captain. She'd like to be a space scientist. She says her role models are Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, the first men on the moon. And there's part of that cheering section from Jefferson City. And here are the Rockhurst Yellers on the other side trying to get their school going. 4th and 2 for Jefferson City from the 15-yard line of Rockhurst. Adams, the quarterback. Gives for Walker, first down, spinning forward inside the 10-yard line, and it will be a 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. Tony Walker having a spectacular evening. A
think it bears noting that Ryan Porterfield and Adam Chaparro are the left side of that offensive line. Porterfield 69, Chaparro 74. They're opening up real good holes for Tony Walker, and he does some good hard running. One of the things you can't teach a running back is how to get that extra yards. Watch Tony Walker spin here, get an extra 2 or 3 yards. Good hard running.
12 carries, 74 yards for Walker. First and goal from the 9. Adams gives it for Eilers, punishing forward, but Ewenfeld able to stick him and drive him right back after a short gain. But Travis Ewenfeld stuck his helmet in along with Luke Brewster, and it was actually Brewster who made the initial hit.
Luke Brewster is the kind of like a strong safety slash linebacker, and he really did a good job filling up that time. Form tackle.
Well, they're bending, but they're trying not to break as Todd Eilers trying to walk off a little nick. Heading back to the sideline. Eilers has had a fine game as well. He has a 21-yard touchdown catch. At this point, the only score in the ball game. We are late in quarter number 3. The scoreboard clock is not working. We have to guess on time. Say right around 4 minutes to go. Maybe a little bit less. Second and goal for Jefferson City. 14th play of the drive. Started on their own 27. Handoff on the inside for Beck, and he's tripped up at the 5-yard line. Falls forward for 1, maybe 2. Sets up a 3rd and 5, and Eilers being attended to on the far sideline. Looks like a cramp the way they're working on the calf.
You're seeing a unbalanced line by Jefferson City. They're taking their tight end, moving him over to the same side as the wide receiver. That means they're having to declare their offensive tackle as eligible. But it's causing some problems for the Rockhurst defense.
2:10 to go, third quarter. 3rd and goal from the 5. Here's Walker weaving forward. Touchdown, Tony Walker.
When you got a running back who can cut and head for the goal line like Tony Walker, all you need to do is create a seam. The Rockhurst defense got outside, turned it in well, but there was no pursuit from the inside. Walker saw it, good vision on his part, and he slashed it up into the end zone.
15 plays, 73 yards, 5-yard touchdown run for Tony Walker. Chris Newhalfen in to kick the extra point. 13-0 Jefferson City. And the kick is good. Jefferson City leads it by 14. Let's watch the touchdown again by Tony Walker.
They're just spreading the defense out. Rockhurst defense gets outside, but there's no pursuit from the inside, and Tony Walker does a great job of ducking his head, heading for the end zone, and that's exactly where he ended up.
Let's take a look at the blocking inside.
Just fabulous blocking by the offensive guard, kicking out, creating the hole. Walker jumping over, hurdling, flying. Ryan Porterfield was the offensive guard that pulled number 69. You'll see him coming right there. He'll lead in front of Tony Walker, and he just seals it right there, creates the seam. Tony Walker gets it in the end zone.
Number 69, Ryan Porterfield, 3.4 grade point average, part of the student council club. And he wants to be an engineer, and he engineered a fine block there to spring Tony Walker. 14-0, Jefferson City in front. They have not lost a regular season football game since 1985. There are only 4 losses in the postseason to this Rockhurst team, but right now it's all Jefferson City. Sonnenberg from his own 10 to the 30. Across the 30 and then push back, and Rockhurst will take over 1st and 10 from just outside their own 30-yard line, and a very quiet rooting section for the Hawklets right now.
Well, they haven't had a whole lot to cheer about. That was a big drive there by Jefferson City, because it took 15 plays to cover 73 yards, and it was mainly all running plays. That had to eat up a lot of time, and there's only 1 minute and 51 seconds left in this third quarter.
And you see Tony Walker being congratulated on the sideline. Leonard trying to throw his life, and he throws it down. It is incomplete. And it took over 7 minutes on that drive. You know, we talked about David Cohn going to Rockhurst High School. For Jefferson City, They have a few notable alumni. John Opel, who is the president and chairman of the board of IBM. T. Wilson is the president and chairman of the board for Boeing Aircraft. And Bill Rose, author of The Russians Are Coming, and It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. They all grab. Along with General Kenneth Wickham of the U.S. Army. 1st and 10 for Rockhurst. And there's motion on the play by the Hawklets. So now it'll be 1st and 15 for Rockhurst. We mentioned David Cohn, class of 81, class of 82.
Dead ball. Encroachment. Offense.
Kevin Wyatt, a former San Diego Charger, and Father Walter Ong from the class of 1921, an Academicion Renaissance.
And also George Wynn
9/11X
from Cheers.
You can't be in front of the full.
Norm.
That's right, nor me.
You guys just throw at the head.
Norman.
George went to Rockhurst High School.
Todd, you all right? Barney.
It's a second 15 situation here. Tony Severino is really just, his team has not really been able to move the ball well. They're going to have to try and get some sort of semblance of a passing game here. The defensive ends for Jefferson City are putting a tremendous amount of pressure up the field. Let's see if that offensive line can contain them here.
Misdirection inside handoff, and really nothing doing there as they try to push it up the middle. And that was Jason O'Brien. Can't get much going there. So it is now 3rd and 12 from the 30-yard line. That Jefferson City defense is really coming on in the second half.
They ran a little play yesterday, which could be an opportune time. They threw a little hitch pass to the wide receiver and then had him pitch back to the running back. And motion now by the defensive line, and it could be encroachment. And this would help out Rockhurst a bit and make their 3rd down conversion possibilities a little bit better.
Ball, encroachment, defense.
I'll put it 3rd and 7. The reason that play is good in a time like this, Bob, is that when you got a defense that knows you're going to be throwing the football, you throw a little hitch pass and they're all aggressively attacking it up. You pitch it back and it can turn into a big play. As we look at Eilers getting his legs worked on. It's kind of warm out here this evening in Kansas, and a lot of times cramps will be the order of the day, and it looks like that's what the problem with Eilers is on the sideline.
3rd and 7 for Rockhurst from their own 35-yard line. Leonard to throw as you, but it is well short of a 1st down. Only out to the 39-yard line. Pick up of 4. And that'll set up a 4th and about 3 or 4, and Rockhurst will have to punt again.
Punt return, yeah. Block it. Yeah. Block left. Block left.
They're going to head for the block again, and I can't hardly see why they wouldn't, because they've had such success. This whole game they have put pressure on that punter, and the last time they punted, they got one.
And they say block left, so let's take a look if Malcolm Benson comes flying in again. He's lined up out there, number 22. And now we have an official timeout. That is the end of the 3rd quarter. Once again, they're keeping the clock on the field. The scoreboard line is out. So Todd Powell will get a chance to punch it away after this. We now pause for a regional break. Back with the 4th and final quarter after this timeout on Sports Channel America.
Because Schaumburg Toyota is among the nation's largest retail Toyota dealers and has exceeded every Toyota quota with 3 times the volume and 3 times the inventory, Schaumburg Toyota can now offer you maximum incentives on Toyota's 3 best sellers, with up to $1,400 in factory incentives on new Toyota Camrys, factory incentives of up to $1,400 on Toyota Tercels, and up to $1,400 in factory incentives on Toyota Corollas. At Schaumburg Toyota, Toyota's factory incentive headquarters, 875 West Gulf Road. Hurry, sale ends November 3rd.
Chicago's original submarine, Mr. Submarine.
For me on the go, or my family at home, I love Mr. Submarine.
I've been through a lot of cities, and nothing tastes as good as Chicago's original submarine.
Satisfies my big appetite, and I can have a different sub every day.
Chicago's original submarine, Mr. Submarine.
It's a special season, the silver season. And after 25 years, Johnny Red Kerr remembers the first season.
It was really something when the Bulls came in because they were recognized right away with two All-Stars, Guy Rogers and Jerry Sloan. This was a graveyard for professional basketball, but not after that first year.
The silver season begins Saturday, October 13th with Old Timers Night and the Bulls' first preseason game. For tickets, call 902-1919.
I sure didn't think I'd still be here 25 years later.
In just a few short years, Lawrence Cadillac in Brookfield has become one of the largest volume Cadillac dealerships in Chicagoland.
At Lawrence Cadillac in Brookfield, we don't make Cadillac prices, we beat them.
Because we guarantee you won't get a better deal anywhere on any Cadillac you choose, or we'll give you back the difference in cash.
At Lawrence Cadillac in Brookfield, 9540 Ogden Avenue, where you always say...
While we were away, Todd Powell with a 37-yard punt. Down by Bo Adams at his own 24-yard line. That's where Jefferson City takes over. And we have 4 hours of nonstop ring action on Monday night beginning at 7 o'clock. Kickboxing, wrestling, and the Sports Cream Pro Boxing Tour. On the Sports Cream Pro Boxing Tour at 9 o'clock, you'll see Jesse James Layhoff, San Antonio, 13-0 with 10 knockouts, fighting for the first time in his hometown. He takes on Eddie Parker. Monday night, it all begins at 7 o'clock. Kickboxing, wrestling, and the Sports Cream Pro Boxing Tour live on Sports Channel America. Bob Papa along with Glenn Blackwood. We welcome you back to Kansas City, Missouri. We start quarter number 4. Jefferson City leads Rockhurst by a score of 14-0. Rockhurst with a big drive in the third quarter, ate up about 7 minutes of action. And they got the last 7 points, and now they'll try to kill the clock again with that wishbone formation. And this time the handoff goes to the deep back, and nothing doing there for Malcolm Benson.
This Rockhurst defense is really going to need to start attacking here, make something happen quick, get the ball back to their offense. Eric Berg, the defensive coordinator for Rockhurst, is, I'm sure, going to be having his guys start attacking a little bit more. It's imperative that they get the ball back as soon as possible.
2nd and 11. Now wing formation. And off on the inside goes to Beck. Flags fly, and the motion penalty on Jefferson City. Beck stumbles forward before the snap.
Well, he moved forward, but he stopped himself.
Moving.
2 guys.
But there was a motion guy coming across, and you can't have 2 guys moving in the same position. You'll see the motion guy coming from the side. He was already in motion, and when the fullback moved at the same time, they both have to set. The motion guy was still running when the ball was snapped, therefore 5-yard penalty. Question here is whether you want to accept it. It'll make it 3rd and 9, and you need to get the ball back as fine as possible.
Decline. 3rd down.
And they'll decline it. They want to get Jefferson City in a 4th down situation as soon as possible and get the ball back.
We're gonna wind the clock.
This is a 3rd and very long 9 from the 25-yard line of Jefferson City. The Rockhurst defense must really come up with a stop here.
It's an important play for them. They need to stop them, get something happening on the punt return, get some life back. Offense and defense and their whole team.
Howell out wide on the left side, back in the backfield. Quarterback draw. Adams to the 30, short of a first down. Well, Rockhurst defense holds, and now they're going to put some points on the board. Clock continues to move here in the 4th quarter. About 10 minutes to go in the game. Jefferson City in front, 14-0.
Let's go ahead. Punt return. Let's go.
Looks like he was thinking about going to block it, but he backed off and said, let's go ahead and return it.
Chris Newhalpin to punt the football away. Buenfeld and Blevins are back deep. This is Blevins at his own 31. Trying to buy some time and blockers. Corralled and at about the 40-yard line, and Rockhurst with good field position. 1st and 10 from their own 40. They trail 14-0. Jefferson City ranked 2nd in the state. Rockhurst is ranked 4th in the state of Missouri. students in the all-male school. 98% of them head on to college.
Yeah, they say they had 205 players come out for football. That's 25 schools. They've got a great turnout for this program here for Tony Severino.
1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Leonard, the quarterback. They give it the other way. And working his way cross field was Jared Townsend, number 26. His first carry, and he picks up about 6 yards. He was the man in motion from right to left as Pete Atkins and his defense trying to stymie out this Rockhurst team.
See a little misdirection here as Jared Townsend cuts across, and then they'll fake the inside play and send Townsend coming back the other way. Good job by Steve Lockhead there, number 14, to turning the play back into his pursuit, keeping it from being any bigger game.
Townsend out on the right side, Griffin on the left side, twin back formation. Fell with Sonnenberg. Pass deflected, nearly intercepted. Lockhead was there, number 14. Helding was the man who knocked it down.
That defensive line for Jefferson City is really doing a great job against the pass. They're pressuring up the field. Here they get their hands up in the air right there and block the pass, almost resulting in another turnover. Offensive line for Rockhurst is really going to have to start concentrating, maybe keep a back in or something on those defensive ends and give Matt Leonard a little bit more time so he can find his receivers and throw the football down the field. They are going to need to throw the football. They don't have enough time left.
Jason O'Brien, number 32, signals in the play, and we have now a timeout for Rockhurst High School. They want to talk things over. They face a very critical 3rd and 5 from their own 45-yard line. Jefferson City in front by 14. We'll be back to Kansas City after this timeout. The National Federation High School Game of the Week.
Never too early to start your Christmas gift list. And here's someone with news that can help make this Christmas extra special.
I love Christmas presents. And this year I've got the perfect gift for anyone who wants instant credit and buying power. The TVN Buyer's Card.
Now you can get the card free with the cost of your $10 call to 1-900-520-1234. You can't be turned down.
And you can use your card to buy great gifts the whole year round. Like this Singer sewing machine, this Magnavox VCR and TV, a Sanyo microwave, a Casio keyboard, dozens of other great items for yourself, your home, and your family from this Buyers Club catalog. All with a small initial payment, low monthly payments, and no finance charges.
Call now, 1-900-520-1234. We'll rush your card and catalog right to you. And place your order by November 15th. We guarantee delivery by Christmas or your money back. That's right, so don't delay. Act now. Call 1-900-520-1234. Get your card and catalog in plenty of time for Christmas. Call now.
Tony Severino wants to put it up on a 3rd and 5 from his own 45-yard line. His team trails by 14.
I'll tell you what, he's going to put it up, but it's important for his offensive line and running backs to pick up those blitzing linebackers. Pete Atkins has been sending his defense aggressively up the field the whole game and been harassing Matt Leonard. Let's see if they can pick up their defensive blitzers this time. And
Ewenfeld in motion. Let's see who jumped the gun here. This should be a big penalty against Rockhurst. And it is.
Procedure, false start, offense.
With 10 minutes to go in the game and Rockhurst down by 14. That's not what they need on the 3rd and 5.
Well, that puts a whole different light on the pass play. You got to gun it down the field where you could have thrown a short pass and hoped your guy got, a couple of extra yards out of it. Now you got to throw the ball down the field some.
That's the man on the right side. 3rd and 10. Leonard knocked down. Fine defensive play that time on the defensive line and linebacker Jonathan Craighead, who has an interception, bats that one down on the 3rd and 10, and the Jefferson City defense holds once again.
Now he's the signal caller back there for the defense. Jonathan Craighead, number 63, a real fiery guy. You'll get a look at him here. He's just drifting off the line, covering the running back. When the ball's tossed in the air, he's right in the path of the football and jumps up and bats it down.
To punt the football, he has had a busy night, has had one block. Good kick this time. Adams will let it bounce. And it rolls toward the far sideline and out of bounds at about the 23-yard line. That's where Jefferson City takes over. 1st and 10. Just under 10 minutes to go in the ball game. The Jays of Jefferson City at 5-0. Ranked number 2 in the state, lead Rockhurst by a score of 14-0.
Coach Pete Atkins is going to do one thing and one thing only here. He's going to try and control the football, let his big offensive line take control, his running backs block for each other, and start getting first downs and eat that clock up.
1st and 10 for Jefferson City from their own 23-yard line. The quarterback is Bo Adams. He has been very efficient, as has the offense. That's Benson in motion. They pitch it off for Walker. He has a touchdown in this game, and he gets a yard on the play. Well, this is our 4th stop on our football and National Federation High School tour. And next week, we stop in Palm Springs. National Federation High School game of the week. The Hammett Bulldogs take on the Palm Springs Indians next Friday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Live and exclusive on Sports Channel America. The National Federation High School game of the week rolls on to Palm Springs next Friday night. Check your local listings. 2nd and 9 for Jefferson City from their own 24-yard line. 8:40 to go in the ball game. Misdirection handoff on the inside for Beck, and he gets 1, and that is about it. Bob Quarter on the tackle. Glenn, is it time to put the ball up now on a 3rd and long, or just keep it on the ground?
One thing Pete Atkins does not want to do is turn over the football. That would give the spark that Rockhurst possibly would need to get back in this football game. I think he's going to run the football and just keep eating that clock up. Don't gamble and take a chance on a turnover.
Pete Atkins, the 2nd active winningest coach in high school football. His team has a 3rd and 9 from their own 24-yard line. That's Walker, the man in motion. Adams sacked by Huenfeld. A loss of about 6.
Big play by Travis Huenfeld there. Got up the field, did a good job. It was a very controlled play there. It was a conservative rollout. Let Bo Adams keep the ball. If he get a chance, he can run it. If not, throw a little short pass out in the flat where there was no chance of getting an interception. But Huenfeld got up the field nicely, turned it back in, and comes up with a big sack.
They get a look at big Chris Sexton, a 2-year starter. Chris Newhalpin to punt the football away. Levins back deep, Fields at his own 45-yard line. Across the 50, and then he is hit, and hit hard. But Rockhurst will have less than a half the football field to go to get on the scoreboard. Jefferson City kicking back. They lead it by 14. Back with more after this timeout on Sports Channel America.
We tested in laboratories. We tested on the asphalt, in the parks, and on the road. We tested when it's 102 and there's no shade. And we found that when you lose fluids, minerals and energy, nothing puts them back better than Gatorade. It's been proven again and again. But just to keep us on our toes, we test it every Sunday in front of 30 million people.
Experience the great tradition and unparalleled excitement of high school sports. Age-old rivalries come alive as we travel across America for the National Federation High School Game of the Week. See it next Friday only on the Sports Channel America Network.
There's only one place where you can see wall-to-wall coverage of the most of the history of college football as they take aim on a national title. Notre Dame football. The Irish battle Stanford. 1 Eastern on Sports Channel America Saturday. Gridiron Madness is gripping Sports Channel America. Now you can see the best in college football and see the pros in the CFL. The Fighting Irish are back for another crack at a national title. Follow new hosts as he guides Notre Dame against the nation's best. Plus, see the Florida Gators aim for the title in the Southeastern Conference. Sports Channel America also delivers exclusive coverage of the Canadian Football League. We've got season-long coverage all the way to the Grey Cup final. Gridiron Madness is gripping Sports Channel America.
Friday night is high school football night across the United States of America. And at all ages, they come out to watch their favorite high school football team. We welcome you back to Kansas City, Missouri. Jefferson City has traveled nearly 2 hours. They lead Rockhurst by a score. 55 to go. In his 4th and final quarter, Rockhurst in the blue with the football. 1st and 10 from the Jefferson City 49-yard line. reverse. This is Griffin. Gets to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
There's a flag on the play there. Possibly could be the same spear we saw earlier. And it's a personal foul on Jefferson City.
Look, Captain, you'll take it at 15 yards, right?
Little things like that are the things that can bring life back into your offense. Here you'll see the reverse to Tim Griffin. Pretty good job by Jefferson City, but let's see if we can see the spear at the end of the play. Right there, it was piling on. It wasn't the initial contact. That was right there. He's down on the ground, and you just can't pile on like that. 15.
So instead of a 2nd and 10 at the 49, it is a 1st and 10 for Rockhurst at the Jefferson City 33.
Let's note that play also, because yesterday in practice we saw they had a reverse where that Tim Griffin has a good arm. We saw him throw the ball well, so they could be setting that up to possibly trick him into a reverse pass.
Sonnenberg out on the left. Malik out on the right. I formation. Long the up back. Play action. Back in the game, that's Steve Jett. And the pass incomplete. Number 15, Jett has come on. He is a senior, replacing Matt Leonard.
Good knockdown by Bo Adams that time, the free safety. Read Matt Leonard's eyes well. Moved in position. Here you'll see Leonard run a little play action pass, fake a couple of handoffs. He's trying to hit his tight end crossing the field, and watch Bo Adams sneak in here, twist his body, and knock the ball down. Good job. We've seen Bo throw. Now we saw Bo knock down throws.
So Steve Jett, the senior with a 3.8 grade point average, has come on. Pitches it out, and they're trying to throw it, and sacked for a loss. Just checking in, number 12, Sean Bowman, the senior. And Malcolm Benson drags him down for a big loss.
Well, that was the reverse they were setting up. They set it up a couple plays earlier. Malcolm Benson had nothing. He wasn't going to be fooled with that at all. He pursued nicely. It was going to be the reverse pass, but it never got a chance to materialize due to Benson's good pursuit.
Well, Tony Severino bring on a lot of new players. Now splitting out wide on the left side is Jess Golden, number 27, along with Jared Townsend. And the new quarterback, Steve Jett. He's running for his life on a 3rd and 20. And it's incomplete.
I think some of the Rockhurst players are upset that pass interference wasn't called that time. But the referees didn't see it that way, and that's going to bring up a 4th down. You know, I can't. The defensive end for Jefferson City game long has been putting tremendous heat on Matt Leonard. That time he had a sprint out pass, never had time to set up and throw the football.
I said it was new quarterback Steve Jett.
Steve Jett that time, yes. Pressure on Leonard and Jett the whole game, and you've really got to credit them with just messing up the patterns of Rockhurst's offense.
Adams back deep. Howell, who has been very busy, off the side of his foot. And it goes out of bounds, and they'll mark it off at the 26-yard line. So Jefferson City with a 14 up as a 1st and 10.
Formation left, gun balance left, 23 counter ISO.
We're bringing you a 50-yard line seat of high school football, and you can get one for the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, ranked #1 in the country. And you can see them right here on Sports Channel America tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern as they take on the Stanford Cardinal. The Irish of Notre Dame against Stanford tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific, live on Sports Channel America. Check your local listings for Notre Dame football.
Here comes the power of Jefferson City. That big wishbone. They'll be running that inside play and pounding the ball down the field.
Walker across the 30-yard line picks up 5 on the play. And on the bottom of the tackle, Chris Sexton, number 70.
That last series really had to deflate Rockhurst. They got the personal foul penalty. They got good field position. A key moment to try and capitalize, get some points on the scoreboard, and they just went backwards. That had to be a real tough series for Rockhurst. They'll have a tough time bouncing back from that.
2nd and 6. Here's Walker again. First down to the 40. Tony Walker, who has a touchdown run, slashing forward for a big gain.
Again, you're going to see Adam Shepard, Chapardo, and Ryan Porterfield opening a big hole for Tony Walker. All he does is dance through the secondary until Mike Sonneburn is going to look at that offensive line, just sealing up inside. You saw 74 Adam Chapardo just doing a great job. He's a 6'3", 215-pound senior, and he was blocking way down the field on that play. Anytime you can get your offensive linemen sustaining their blocks 3 and 4 yards down the field, your running backs are happy.
Walker, 16 carries, 97 yards. 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line of Jefferson. 14-0. Time ticking away from Rockhurst. Walker again. And they finally bring him down after maybe a 1-yard gain. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of Sports Channel America and is intended for the private non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or the use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this event without the express written consent of Sports Channel America is prohibited. We fly you right back into the stadium here at Rockhurst High School. Jefferson City in the white, ranked number 2 in the state, have not lost a regular season game since 1985, leads Rockhurst by a score of 14-0. Good work by producer Steve Dans and director Lou Rainoni. Thanks up here in the booth by our stage manager Sherry Coots, our statistician Ken Love, researcher Happy Fine, and our runner Randy Madden. Second and 9 for Jefferson City as they just try to run this baby out. Benson hit by Long, and he loses a yard.
Nice job by Jason Long, number 30, the middle linebacker, inside linebacker for Rockhurst, as he filled up nicely, made a form tackle. Coach Severino said he's really a fiery player, a real spark for our defense, a big hitter. He showed that he can fill well on that play.
Let's take a look at the rushing yardage in this game, and the wishbone of Jefferson City has been quite effective. 152 yards for Rockhurst, 103. 3rd and 9. Benson the man in motion. Here's Walker on the pitch. Turns the corner, and once again, Jason Long, the linebacker, is there to stop him short of a first down. And now we have a timeout by Rockhurst High School. Once again, the official time is being kept on the field. The scoreboard has been out throughout this second half. Rockhurst needs a big play. They trail it by 14. Back to the closing minutes after this timeout on Sports Channel America.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline for all the scores.
In a 3-2 overtime thriller.
For sports news.
Some big free agent signings today.
1-900-896-2333 is all you need. 24 hours a day, every day. Get late-breaking results and news on your favorite sport.
For basketball, press 1 now.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline. Call today.
Hey, you look like an avid sports fan. How would you like to win $100?
Do what?
$100. All you have to do is answer 6 sports trivia questions.
Like what?
Well, questions on football, soccer, tennis, basketball, golf.
Baseball?
Yes, baseball. All sports. Just answer 6 trivia questions.
What are the questions?
I can't tell you. Just call 1-900-446-GAME. Championship Sports Trivia. Call 1-900-446-GAME.
Pete Atkins, the head coach, second winningest active coach in high school football. Glenn, what does Rockhurst have to do with such little time to go and down by 14?
They've got to make something happen quick. That's all there is to it. Try and block this punt, get a quick score, get an onside kick, and hopefully make some big plays. But they've got to send everybody and their dog on this play.
But they're not. They have a man back deep, Blevins, and they have 2 men about 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. Newhoffen, what a kick. Blevins calling for his fair catch. And rolls into the end zone. Oh, wow, what a kick. 55 yards.
What a great punt.
Heck, his net was good. 35. Watch it again.
Get a look at this punt. Good form that time by Newhoffen. And he just gets the perfect spiral, turns it over. There's nothing to do but just head backwards. That ball travels into the end zone.
That's what Blevins did. He just kept on going back.
Rockhurst now has to go 80 yards. They haven't been able to contain the defensive ends to be able to get the passing game going.
Steve Jett, number 15, the senior, remains in at quarterback. He will look to throw.
He's got
wide open. Can he shake Benson? Benson makes the tackle. 6-yard line of Jefferson City. Malcolm Benson saves 6.
Just a little misdirection play that time. They've been trying to hit the tight end coming across the middle. This time Jett looks all the way back, finds Uenfeld going up the sideline. Nice tackle by Malcolm Benson, though. When you're in that position, all you want to do is get the guy on the ground. It doesn't have to look pretty. It doesn't have to be a form tackle. All you want to do is grab some part of Uenfeld and get him on the ground, and that's what Benson does. It saves a sure touchdown.
Malcolm Benson, a 3.9 grade point average. Made a great tackle, 1st and 10. Jett to throw, falls down. That could have been a flag because once the quarterback goes down, you're really not supposed to touch him. In high school football, when you're down, the play's over.
Yeah, this isn't the NFL. Once your knee hits the ground, the play's dead. Just a natural flow. I don't think it was anything intentional, and the refs recognized that.
Steve Jett, 5'11", 177-pound senior, came on replacing Matt Leonard on the last series for Rockhurst. 3.8 grade point average for Jett. Led to major general studies. And now he's studying over the Jefferson City defense. He's facing a 2nd and about 18. Looking down, intercepted by Walker. And he's brought down to his own 40. That should do it.
Tony Walker's been a player this game. He's run for over 100 yards. Came up with the interception to seal the game. Here you'll see Jett just trying to make something happen. He's trying to fire downfield, hope something will happen, somebody will make a play. But Walker is in good position. It shows that not only can he run the football as a running back, but he can do it as a defensive back. See Jett trying to fire the ball downfield. Walker's in position to make a nice interception. And then he gets to be a running back again.
Well, he's got 100 yards rushing. He has an interception. He has a touchdown run. It's some night for Tony Walker and his Jefferson City squad. Minute and a half remaining in the ball game. Jefferson City in front, 14-0. They have not lost the regular season game since 1985. Their only loss is 4 in the playoffs to this Rockhurst team. Walker dragged down for no gain. Number 62, Matt Reinhardt, there on the tackle.
The timeout called by Rockhurst. Now, Coach Pete Atkins at Jefferson City brought in 18 new starters this year. From a team that's consistently been. This year they've got a team that's 5-0, fixing to go 6-0. And he's starting the season with 18 new starters. He said that's one of the things he likes, one of the challenges. We'll listen in on him as he goes out to talk to his players.
Take the motion that time. See, the time before they did. That time they didn't take the motion. I'd vote just take the time. It's a minute 8 on the clock. Minute 8 on the clock. You got 2nd down and 10. Okay. Double split, double slot. Motion 2. Quarterback draw left. Will this go or not? Oh, no, let's just go formation right, unbalanced right. 44 drive. Yeah! Formation right, unbalanced. Formation right, unbalanced right. 44 drive. And then take your time and try. You don't have a clock. Use up as much time as you can.
You see Pete Atkins, I liked how he solicited his players' information. He said, what do you guys think? And they said no, and he said, okay, let's just run it right at them.
They were going to run the draw, but then he said, stack it up right and just go
Let's
for
just
it.
go after them, and you heard his players go, yeah, you know, they're excited. They sense the kill.
Let's see if Tony Walker gets it, number 44, on this 2nd and 10. Now they give it to Benson. Stutter step move gets one, maybe two, and then driven back. Well, they have been driving back and forth here on the football field, and the pucks will be flying nonstop. NHL hockey excitement here on Sports Channel America. Exclusive regional action from the Chicago Blackhawks tomorrow night. Blackhawks made it to the Campbell Conference Finals last year, or some of you will catch the New York Rangers against the Hartford Whalers at 7:30 Eastern. The thrills of the NHL hockey are here tomorrow, live on Sports Channel America. Check your local listings. Your exclusive home of the National Hockey League, along with the National Federation High School Game of the Week. About a minute to go. Jefferson City in the white, up 14-0, 3rd and 8. Here's Walker trying to stiff arm a man. Flags fly as he's bounced down at the 46-yard line. That'll stop the clock.
Anytime you see an altercation like that, it's going to be some sort of face mask call.
44 had the face mask too. He had his hand root over this one. So we got double foul. We're going to replay the down.
Right. You're going to get a face mask on two players here. You're going to get a face mask on Tony Walker as he pushes right in the face mask, and a face mask on Luke Brewster. They're both just kind of saying, hey, let's do it to each other, I guess. But they both went up to each other and slapped hands afterwards and said,
how much time
no hard feelings.
17 seconds. Right now,
17 seconds remaining in the ball game. Jefferson City in front.
We got a face mask on the offensive runner. We've got a face mask on the defensive tackler. We will replay
Rockhurst wants to beat Jefferson City. They'll have to wait until postseason play.
Well, that's when they've been doing it lately. And in the past 5 years, as we said earlier, the only 4 times Jefferson City's lost has been to Rockhurst in the playoffs. So Rockhurst has got a good football team. Get things back together, regroup after this game, and try and get an opportunity to meet them in the playoffs again.
Well, this loss will drop Rockhurst to 3. City will go on to win, and now the gun sounds, and that is it. Jefferson City moves to 6-0. So Jefferson City streak continues. They have not lost a regular season football game since 1985, and they come up with the victory tonight. They beat Rockhurst the final 14-0 as the players exchange handshakes and a good sign of sportsmanship.
Good job. Pete, great job as usual. Yeah, you guys do too. You know, as usual.
Tony Severino.
Change a little bit, but you look the same. Well, you do too. Well, hey, I hope to see you again. I hope so.
Pete Atkins and Tony Severino, the two head coaches. There's a friendly rivalry here.
Yeah, and it's quite a rivalry due to the fact that they've been so competitive with each other. But it's Coach Pete Atkins and his Jefferson City team that comes away with a victory.
See Steve Martin, number 79, and the troops whooping it up, and Rockhurst heads back to the board. Jefferson City with a 14-0 victory in very impressive fashion. Now they go to their sideline to salute their fans, and I tell you what, those Jefferson City fans this evening were spectacular.
Well, they were spectacular. They drove a long way to get here. They got here. They were in those seats an hour and a half before the game. They've got some very loyal fans, and they ought to be proud of their football team.
A little bit more quiet on the near side with the Rockhurst fans, but they were on their feet and cheering throughout the course of the evening. But Jefferson City, the Jaybirds, come up with a victory. They win it 14-0. Jefferson City, the winner in Kansas City. We now pause for a regional break.
Top 8 in the Missouri Class 5A, and as we look at them, we see Hazelwood East, which has all season led this class. They continue to lead the way at 9-0. Jefferson City, one of the two teams that has beaten Rockhurst, they are second at 9-0. Blue Springs, the team we saw last week, boy, did they ever manhandle Hickman Mills last week in an impressive fashion. They are now 8-1. Millville has climbed up to 4th. They are 8-1. Rockhurst 5th at 6-2. Poplar Bluff is also tied for 6th at 9-0. Hickman Mills 7th at 8-1. Grandview is 8th at 8-1. Parkway Central 9th at 7-2. And Columbia Hickman is 6-2. They've lost to a couple of powerhouses as well, and they are still ranked at number 10 in Missouri's 5A ranking. So, as you can very well see, two of the best teams in the state of Missouri going at it here this evening from Grandview Stadium, and it should be a good one. One interesting note is the fact that the Grandview Bulldogs run a run and shoot, and yet they don't pass a lot out of it. They run out of it. So it'll be a challenge for Rockhurst and Tony Savarino's bunch to find a way to stop that run and shoot, but not necessarily stop it through the air, but stop it on the ground. So it should be a good football game. Neil Harwell and Duran Cherry coming up next with a play-by-play of tonight's district championship football game. Stay with us and we'll be right back on American Cablevision.
Rockhurst coach Tony Savarino finds himself in a familiar situation tonight. His team has a chance to make the playoffs. The main hawklet this season has been Travis Huenfeld. He's used his great speed to rush for almost 1,200 yards and 15 touchdowns. The Hawklets are 6-2. Grandview linebacker Joe Lowcamp and his Grandview Bulldogs have made the big play all season long. They're 8-1. Coach Sam Brown has coached here for 12 years, says this team is one of his best. The Bulldogs are hoping not to bobble this chance at the playoffs. The high school game of the week coming up next. American Cablevision presents the high school game of the week. Tonight's game, the Rockhurst Hawklets versus the Grandview Bulldogs. We're in Grandview, Missouri at Grandview High School tonight. We've got these beautiful nights on a Xerox machine. It's this way every Friday night for high school football. Hi, everybody. Neil Harwell along with Duran Cherry. Another beautiful night tonight, Duran. A lot on the line. The winner goes on in the playoffs. The loser goes home.
Yes, it is. It's a lot of tremendous intensity for this game tonight, Neil. You know, being in this type of situation where, you know, tonight you go on or you go home, and you're playing for some big things tonight. And for one thing, the playoffs is a big opportunity for both of these teams. Rockhurst has been there before, of course. Grandview has an opportunity to really make a dent in their football program. I know Sam Brown is excited about the opportunity of going against Rockhurst, but more importantly, having the opportunity to go on and play for the state championship.
Travis Huenfeld, a great player this year for Rockhurst, tremendous speed. How can Grandview stop him tonight?
Well, Grandview has to put at least 8 men on the line of scrimmage tonight if they want to stop Travis. Travis is an exceptional back. He has great speed, Neil, as you know, and great balance. The thing that Grandview has to do is really be disciplined on defense, stop the running game, and then they can have some success on offense. I think they have a great chance at beating Rockhurst this evening.
Big game tonight. Grandview 8-1, Rockhurst 6-2. We'll be back with the kickoff right after this.
The barons are buckling up. These guys have lost more limbs than a tree surgeon. Vince and Larry.
I love these guys. They remind me of my husband, Fang. Always broke and in a dead-end job.
By getting people to buckle up, they've saved thousands of lives. On the job, what's the first thing that goes through their heads? The steering wheel!
So the waitress says to Vince and Larry, do you want your coffee regular or decapitated?
Everybody give him a hand.
You could learn a lot from a dummy. Buckle your safety belt.
I don't get it.
Ready to kick things off, Kevin Adams for the Bulldogs of Grandview. Back deep, Huenfeld and Sonnenberg. The up man takes the football and brings it forward to the 40-yard line. So Rockhurst with great field position will start it there. On offense, Rockhurst looks like this. Chris Sexton is a good one. Reinhardt, Prindis, Severino, and Corder. Quarterback Matt Leonard, he's a junior. Spencer Huenfeld, watch him tonight. Sonnenberg, Long, and Griffin rounding out that starting lineup. The give immediately to Huenfeld. Ahead for a couple, but the Bulldogs were there. The Bulldogs are solid on defense. Roz Jaswell at 260. Bill Lane, Kanzler in that middle, Woods and Jackson. The linebackers are tough. McDaniel, Robinson, and Lowcamp. Then the three deep backs, Fields and Fields, no relation. Gil Sanders is an excellent free safety. We've seen him in action already this season. 2nd down and 8 for the Hawklets. To pass is Leonard, being chased and sacked. Sacked by Tyrone Woods, and Lowcamp was also there.
Rockhurst here tries to use a little misdirection play here. Quarterback rolls out to the wide side of the field here. But here goes number 61, Tyrone Woods, coming up, doing his responsibility, Neil. Keeping outside containment on the quarterback. Does an excellent job, makes a tackle for a big play. That's a big play for Grandview defense. They're pumped up. The emotions are high running this game. They know what's on the line, and they're out there doing what they can do to stop this Rockhurst football team.
Loss of 7, 3rd and 15, and Huenfeld gets about 4, but that brings up 4th and 11. V.J. McDaniel there to make the stop for Grandview.
Interesting call here, Neil, on the play. You hand the ball off. You're real conservative play at this point in the game. Rockhurst is not a passing team, Neil. They're a running football team. And to take the opportunity maybe at 3rd and 18 and try to complete a pass downfield, you know, the chances are you intercept and you give Grandview great field position. Here they get an opportunity to kick the ball away, and Grandview has to move it down the field.
Gil Sanders on the return brings it forward to the 38, and that's where the Bulldogs will set up shop on their first possession tonight. The starting offense for Grandview, Zeller at 270, Woods, Kanzler, Small, and Jaswell at 260, the other tackle. Clint Johnson, the quarterback, Lane, the fullback, and then your receivers in the run and shoot, McDaniel, Jackson, and you saw the other two. Johnson, the pitch back quickly to McDaniel, running the left side, and he is racked up after a gain of 2. Bob Corder in there to make the stop. Call it a gain of 3, 2nd down and 7 for Grandview. Out of the run and shoot. Coach Brown said they do a lot of shifting tonight. This is McDaniel tackled in the backfield. A great play by Kyle Hartman for the Hawklets. The starting defense for Rockhurst, Kopp, Sexton, Severino, Corder, and Reinhardt across the front. Brewster and Long are the linebackers. Your defensive backs, Huenfeld, O'Brien, Townsend, and Blevins, the sophomore.
I tell you, Nair, this is how we talked about Tyrone Woods from Grandview on that big play on the 2nd down play for Grandview. Here you go. You see number 49 here, Kyle Hartman, doing the same thing on that particular play.
3rd down and 14. Johnson throwing for Sanders, incomplete. On the coverage, Jason Long for the Hawklets.
Well, both defenses have come out here in this first series of down and established the tempo of this football game, Neil. They're playing tough, aggressive. They're all hitting. They're hitting tremendously well out there. You can hear it all the way up here in the booth. And it's a big play for your defense. Now you give it back to your offense, and hopefully Rockhurst can go down and score and generate some offense. But the way these defenses are playing tonight, Neil, it's going to be really tough.
Johnson to punt it away to Sonnenberg and Huenfeld back deep for the Hawklets. Johnson gets it away, and this is Huenfeld. He's got great speed if he gets outside. Huenfeld still on his feet and down finally at the 25-yard line of Grandview. Tyrone Woods kept him from getting any farther. 33-yard return by Travis Huenfeld.
Now, he did this all on his own. He's got some excellent blocks, but look, what he does is he has the speed to get outside. Here's a guy that has him contained, number 44 on the play, but Huenfeld has enough speed to get outside, but look at that bounce that he shows on the play. Cuts back, 33-yard punt return. It's a big play for Rockhurst, gives them excellent field position.
Huenfeld, one of the fastest players in the area with 4.4 speed in the 40, and he showed it to us right there. Rockhurst 1st and 10. The pitch back. And a gain of about 5 yards on the carry for Jason O'Brien. The stop is by Joe Lowcamp.
This is a simple pitch to the wide side of the field. Takes the ball. It's good blocking at the point of attack right there, Neil. He turns it up inside. Look like a little face mask there on the end of the play, but who cares? Incidental.
Tony Severino. What a job he has done at Rockhurst over the years. Has won the state championship a couple of times. Pitch back to Huenfeld, trying the right side. Cuts it up. He's close to the first down.
Tell you, Huenfeld can smell those first down sticks. You know, he lowers his shoulder as he turns up the corner, lowers his shoulder, and just keeps those legs driving, moving forward, and gets up in there close to the first down. Just a power run here. He's not really a big young man, but he turns the corner. He has great speed, and with that speed comes a little impact. See him? Look at the Grandview defender going backwards instead of driving forward. That's a determination in a running back. When you see a running back that runs the ball and carries it well, that's the one thing you see him, knocking the defenders backwards.
Brings up a 3rd down and 1 for Rockhurst. Huenfeld. It looks like he's got the first down. He's one of those runners, Duran, that's built close to the ground, 5'10", and he weighs 189, a lot like a Barry Sanders or somebody that gets it going with that speed and quickness, but he's also powerful.
Yes, it is, and when you have that kind of speed, Neil, and he's built so low to the ground, he gets so much leverage on you, so when he does hit you, he's running at full speed. It's almost like a 220-pound back hitting you because he has such speed and such, you know, low center of gravity that he can really just drive through a guy.
And he gets a first down every time he touches the football, as you see from that graphic. Sweeping left this time, Huenfeld runs over a couple of people inside the 10 to the 6-yard line. Gil Sanders there to make the stop for the Bulldogs.
Travis Huenfeld is making his presence known tonight, especially early in this football game. He fouls his blocker extremely well, gets outside, but look at him. He lowers his shoulder, drives the defender backwards. I tell you, that's an exceptional piece of running. Fouling his block, gets outside, and that's the key to a great running back. Having that speed, that's just an added dimension that you have, the speed to get outside and put pressure on the defense.
Huenfeld rushed for 227 yards last week on 15 carries against Raytown and had 4 touchdowns in that game. This is O'Brien, excuse me, and he's close. Robinson on the stop for the Bulldogs.
I tell you now, every play these guys come up to the line of scrimmage, I can hear the hitting way up here in the booth. I tell you, there's some cracking going on out there. You know, the one thing Tony Severino told me before the game, he says, we may not be a big football team, but we play hard. And these kids are playing hard early in the game. Not just them, but both sides. Grandview defense is playing hard, too. They're hitting, too. It's going to be a great game tonight, Neil.
Rockhurst has it 1st and goal at the 3. Remember, the punt return by Huenfeld set this up. This is Travis Huenfeld. Forward for maybe a yard on the play. That'll bring up 2nd down and goal. Raj Jaswal led a number of Bulldogs in on that tackle of Huenfeld.
Well, Rockhurst is just saying, we're going to take it to you, and they took it to Grandview's strength, and that is Raj Jaswal on the play. They ran it to his side, but Raj is a big young man and steps up in there, shoots the gap, and makes a big play. But I tell you, you look at him, he's a very intimidating young man.
Coach Brown says he can name his school. That's how good he is when he goes to college. He's a sharp young man, as are many of these Bulldogs. We'll develop that as the night goes on. Pitch back. This is Huenfeld, tackled in the backfield by Fields. Jeff Fields on the play. his second tackle tonight. And Duran, that's another one of those sharp guys. Fields is the student body president.
Well, I tell you, Fields keeps leverage on Huenfeld on the outside, and look at him. Look how he's just driving him backwards before he goes down. Rockhurst opens up, pitches the ball right here, but look, he even fights off a blocker right there and makes a great play. It's a big play for Grandview, a tremendous loss for Rockhurst. Now they have to convert a 3rd and long situation.
And Jeffrey is fired up. 3rd down and 6 from the 6-yard line for Rockhurst. Rolling out Leonard, looking for a receiver. Pressured, gets it away, and touchdown! Caught by Jason Long in the end zone. Jason Long with his 3rd touchdown of the season, and Rockhurst has broken through early. Powell to kick the extra point. And Rockhurst leads it 7-0.
You know, the thing that makes this play right here is a simple play action, misdirection to one side, and the quarterback rolls out to the right. Matt Leonard is really the key to this play. He does an exceptional job of extending the play out. Look, he cuts up inside. He's biding time for his receiver to come open deep in the end zone right there. He looks up, he throws. There's the receiver in for the touchdown.
And with that kind of time, it's a little bit too much to ask of your secondary back there to cover the receivers in the end zone. And breaking free, Jason Long for the touchdown, capping off a drive that only went 24 yards, set up by the big punt return by Travis Huenfeld of 33 yards. And Rockhurst on the scoreboard first, 7-0.
What Grandview needed to do on that play, Neil, was really have some penetration up the field and outside to contain Matt Leonard. When you don't contain your quarterback, you allow him to get out on the corner, especially to the wide side of the field. It's very difficult to handle any type of rollout passing game because it gives them plenty of opportunities.
They reverse it. This is Robinson or Newsom with the football. He brings it back nicely to the 35-yard line. Robert Newsom along with McDaniel on the reverse, deep on that kickoff return, and Newsom takes it forward here.
Well, a little razzle-dazzle here on the play. It really shouldn't have fooled Rockhurst's return team because it happened so deep down the field. They had plenty enough time to see it, but Grandview does an exceptional job of blocking. Give their special teams credit. They did a good job and provide excellent field position for their offense.
1st and 10, Grandview at the 36-yard line. Out of the run and shoot. This is Lane up the middle driving forward, but not getting much yardage because right there is Luke Brewster to turn him back.
There's no secret what Rockhurst defensively is going to do tonight, Neil. They're going to play basically a 4-4 defense up front, and they're going to put some pressure on Grandview. They're going to stop that running game. There's no secret. They love to play man-to-man coverage, and when you play man-to-man, that means that you're going to put some pressure up front, provide people in those gaps to stop that running game and force them into throwing the football.
Sam Brown said they were going to do a lot of shifting tonight, showing a lot of different formations. This time they have trips right. Johnson looking to throw that direction, and it's intercepted by Picardo. Pichardo running to his right and finally knocked down in Grandview territory at the 49-yard line. Finally tackled by Tyrone Woods.
Clint Johnson drops back, Neil. This is only his 2nd interception in the last 8 games right here. Here you see the defensive back making a tremendous play. He's just reading. He's in a zone coverage, dropping back, just reading the quarterback. The quarterback throws up. The pass was intended for Gil Sanders, and he wasn't even looking for the ball, so he could have been overthrown, but it was a poor decision on Clint Johnson's part just to lay it up in the air. And fortunate enough for Rockhurst, Ryan Picardo was able to pick it off and give the ball back to the offense.
It's a whistle on the play, and Rockhurst with great field position at the 49, already leading 7-0.
Left guard.
Well, Coach Severino getting what he wants out of the gate, the early turnover right after they have a 7-0 lead. And right now, Duran, what do you do if you're Rockhurst to try to really go for the jugular here?
Well, they have to be patient offensively. The first series, they moved the ball, they ran it very well. Go down the field, be patient right now. They have an opportunity to really put some pressure on Grandview. And what they're going to do is be patient, stay within their game plan. They're running the ball effectively well and continue to do that.
Give straight ahead, that's what they do. And on this carry, it's George Spencer. VJ McDaniel comes up with the tackle, but not before Spencer shoots forward for 9.
Just an inside trap right there. You see the guard pulling number 67, trapping the defensive lineman, allowing George Spencer to pull up inside of the trapping guard right there and gain the yards. It's an excellent call for first down. It gives them great yardage and puts them in a 2nd and 7 situation.
They give it again to Spencer. He's close to the first down. Tackled by Brian Robinson. His 108th tackle of the season, 2nd tonight. Time winding down in the first quarter.
It's really surprising that they're running the ball so effectively up the middle on this series, Neil. Grandview is running basically what it amounts to as a gap 8 defense. They're having 8 guys on the line of scrimmage, each one penetrating in the gap. When you penetrate like that, you're really susceptible to the trapping game, and that's what Rockhurst has done. They've gone to the inside trapping game and freed up and opened up some holes up the middle, and that gives them an opportunity to keep rushing the ball inside. Now what they'll have to do is start coming outside to keep the defense off balance.
So Rockhurst with a 3rd and 1 upcoming. The Hawklets coming off a 35-6 win last week over Raytown. This is Huenfeld over the right side, breaking tackles, got the first down. Tackled finally by Jeff Fields for Grandview, his 3rd tackle tonight.
I tell you, this Rockhurst football team is a well-coached football team. They're very disciplined, and they execute their assignments very well. They're very patient. You can see they don't get rattled at all. And it's almost like clockwork, Neil. They know what they want to do. They step out on the ball, and they get the job done.
That's the end of the first quarter. Coach Tony Severino's group on top, 7-0.
Hey, thanks to these airbags here, this job is now a piece okay, Claire.
But Vince...
Yeah, I'll tell you something, partner. I just might stick around a few more years.
But Vince...
No more dashboard du jour or Vince under glass, huh?
But Vince...
Look out!
Even with airbags, Vince, you still got to remember to buckle your safety belt.
Now you tell me.
You could learn a lot from a dummy. Buckle your safety belt.
Matt Leonard doesn't throw a whole lot for Rockhurst this season, Duran, but he's done well early on that first touchdown. He pitches back to Huenfeld, who reverses his field. Gets nice yardage out of it, close to a first down. Joe Lowcamp on the tackle for Grandview. Well, his 4th tonight.
When you have 4-4 speed, you can do that, Neil. You can start one way and come back the other way because you got the speed to outrun the defense. And Travis Huenfeld right here does exactly that, cuts back in and gets up, and it's like 9 yards on the play. But going back to Matt Leonard in the passing game, you know, Coach Severin was saying, you know, his receivers haven't really come into their own form yet this year, and it's very difficult to throw when you don't have the receivers to throw the ball to.
Leonard lost the handle, but then got it back after losing a couple of yards. Mike Zeller was right there to pounce on top of Leonard, and he almost had a chance at the football.
See the quarterback opening up Just a simple option play down the line. He pulls the ball out, and as he pulls it out, it gets stuck on the hip of the running back. Fortunately enough, Matt is very aware and gets the ball back. But going back to Matt in the passing game, Rockhurst over the past years has been a 60-40% team. 60 run, 40% pass. Now they're basically relying on the running attack. Now they're at 80% run, 20% pass. That's a big difference. It's really lopsided, Neil. They'd like to be more in that 60-40 range, but because of the receiver situation, they're not able to do that.
For all the exciting action of the Kansas City Chiefs, watch Bump and Run with Deron Cherry and Theodis Brown every Friday at 7 p.m., then Saturday at 5:30 p.m., and again on Sunday morning at 11 a.m. And remember, you can be a part of the audience every Wednesday night at Bannister Mall. And we missed you last week, Deron, but we'll be back this week. Or this next show, and you're going to have your first action, I guess, this week against the Raiders. You have to be a little excited about that, huh?
Well, hopefully I'll have my own personal highlights on the show this week. Maybe I'll do something big.
We can actually talk about something you did, huh?
Of course.
Sam Brown, in his 12th season for Grandview, called this team one of his best.
Tell you, what a class guy. I tell you, he loves these guys. They really responded to him and his teachings, and he's very proud of them.
Huenfeld is free again down the sideline. Fields finally knocks him out of bounds, but not before he picks up a first down. And Huenfeld is showing us what he's all about here early.
When we talk about that low center of gravity, he takes the handoff and he's coming outside. And just watch his pad level, Neil. See how low it is? He's just shedding tacklers. He's able to get down, they're tackling him up high, but he's able to run through those tacklers. And that's, that's what a running back can do. That's what a good running back, and that low center of gravity enables him to do that.
13 yards on that last carry by Huenfeld. 1st and 10, Rockhurst. Huenfeld again trying the left side. And Tyrone Woods was there for Grandview along with Joe Lowcamp.
Well, Coach Severino right now is just playing a chess game, Neil, what it amounts to. He's starting with the inside game, and then he's coming back with the outside game, and then he's going back with the inside game. What he's doing is trying to keep Grandview off balance. They go in, they run the trap, they're successful. He figures they're going to do something defensively to counteract that. Then what does he do? Move the ball outside. So he's keeping them off balance, keeping them thinking defensively. And when you're able to run the ball like they're running tonight, it really helps.
2nd down and 7 from the 14. Misdirection. Sweeping left for Rockhurst, but not getting too many yards, is Townsend. He's tackled there by Tyrone Woods. Well, Townsend actually got the first down on the play.
Just Townsend's in a wing position. He just comes around on the reverse. You see the guard and tackle to that side, pull along with him to provide some interference for him, and does a good job of picking up the first down.
Rockhurst not big, as we've talked about, one of the smaller teams they've had in the last few years, but they have got some speed. And Huenfeld commands most of it. This is Sonnenberg, who's got good speed as well, and he shoots the gap and gains about 5. Tackled by Gil Sanders.
Tell you, Sonnenberg right there shows some exceptional quickness of getting up into that hole really quick and showing some real power at the point of attack. I mean, there were 2 guys that came crashing in on him to hit him, but still he was tough enough to lower that pad level and drive on through and gain some more yards.
Sonnenberg's had his share of exciting moments this year. He's returned a kickoff for 90 yards for a touchdown, and he lines up in that wishbone formation right now for the Hawklets. Touchdown. Travis Huenfeld. Travis Huenfeld with his 16th touchdown of the season, and Rockhurst is up 2 touchdowns.
Just a simple dive play and just, just the power. The offensive line is firing off the ball at the point of attack, and they're driving the Grandview defenders backwards, and I'm sure Sam Brown is not happy with that. I'm sure he expected something different, especially with a gap defense. You expect those guys to be able to penetrate and really shut down the running attack, but Rockhurst has come out here and they've, the big turnover, and then they march it down the field. They show great patience, and they scored a touchdown. You see how much of a surge that offensive line gets, and he has a lot of room to run on the side. Just firing out, cuts up inside, touchdown.
Rockhurst got the big break when Pichardo picked off the interception. They took it the remaining 49 yards using the clock. Huenfeld scores the touchdown on a 1-yard plunge, his 16th of the season.
You know, you watch this Rockhurst team, and it's almost like clockwork. It's almost like business-like, you know. They really know what they're doing. They're just going out there and executing it. And when you look at them play, you just see the confidence that they have in themselves. It's almost like they expect to win this football game.
Newsom and McDaniels deep. This is Newsom who bobbles the football, then McDaniels picks it up. And he's got some room. He's also got some speed, but he's dragged down from behind at the 50-yard line. V.J. McDaniel, tackled by Owen Shipman.
Tell you, Neil, it was a heads-up play by V.J. McDaniels of covering that refumble and picking it up and bringing it down the field. I almost thought that he was going to go the distance here. He looks like he has a sideline. He cuts back in, and the Rockhurst defender pursues very well and stops him.
38 yards on that return by McDaniel. He's in motion. Whistle on the play. Illegal procedure called against Grandview. And Duran, so far in this game, Rockhurst controlling the football, the time of possession, 77 yards to -5 for Grandview.
Well, they've controlled the tempo of this football game, Neil, and they've done that up front. Their offensive line and defensive line have established their lines of scrimmage. And when you're doing that, you know, you're setting the tempo of the game, and they've done that right now. Of course, that turnover really helps them because they had an opportunity to get it back and move it down there and score touchdowns. But, you know, they're just playing very well right now.
Johnson's pass is tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls helplessly incomplete at the 40-yard line.
Clint Johnson rolling out here. Ball gets tipped in the air. Fortunate enough, it's not intercepted. There's two Rockhurst defenders right in the area. Could have been another big play for Rockhurst.
Kevin Kopp was one of the people that was right in his face for the Hawklets. Clint Johnson has thrown for about 1,200 yards this season. And Rockhurst wants timeout. Well, Duran, right here for Grandview as Tony Severino goes out to talk to his team. The kickoff return is big because they get the ball to midfield and trailing by 2 touchdowns, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. If you have a friend or relative who is unable to see tonight's telecast of the game, KCCP Channel 30 will replay the entire game on Saturday morning at 10:30 and then again on Monday at 9:30 p.m. For the most comprehensive coverage of high school sports, it's American Cablevision, KCCP Channel 30. But getting back to the earlier point, Duran, here's where Grandview really has to pick it up. Trailing 2 touchdowns, the return can be big here if they can just take a hold of that field position and get some type of a drive together here.
Well, the one thing they must not do is make turnovers. The interception was big. They almost had another one there. The second thing they have to do is not make mistakes. They have to gain positive yards, especially on first down situations. They can't allow themselves into second and long situations against this aggressive, hard-nosed defense of Rockhurst. And if they get into third and short situations, they can be very successful if they're successful on first and second down. And they really just have to say to themselves, hey, let's forget about who we're playing. Let's go out and execute our offense and get the things done that we know we're capable of getting done.
Second down and 15. Johnson to throw. Long downfield, and it's knocked away nicely over there by Pichardo. He's already got 1 interception tonight. Actually, that was Kyle Hartman over there to make the play.
Clint Johnson rolling back. They're running a double pattern, fly pattern down the sideline. They send a wide receiver, but they bring the back out the backfield and send him up the sideline. If the ball was thrown, they have an opportunity to catch it, but it's thrown a little short, and Rockhurst is there to defend it.
Third down and 15 upcoming, and McDaniel jumped from his inside receiver position out of the run and shoot.
That's the thing as a coach that drives you crazy, is headaches. You're already in a hole. And you need to get out of the hole, but you can't do it by putting yourself deeper in a hole by getting more penalties, and that's exactly what Grandview has done on that situation. I think Grandview also has to consider the fact, Neil, they need to throw some short passes, get the ball in the hand of a VJ McDaniel, let him break some tackles, let him get some yards. The deep pass will be there if you open it up to short pass, so you need to be patient, throw the short pass, give your team an opportunity to have some success, then come back with the deep pass.
3rd down and 23, wide receivers to the left. Johnson to throw again. Looking for Sanders. It's caught. Gil Sanders at the 30-yard line for a 1st down. Jason O'Brien on the coverage. 28 yards on the play.
Well, we've seen him intercept passes, Neil, this year, and here he is on the receiving end of a pass. Clint Johnson not taking my advice of going short, but goes deep again. And here's Gil Sanders making just an incredible catch right there. The defender's playing him man-to-man, looks back for the ball. The ball's thrown over his other shoulder. Excellent job of concentration by Gil Sanders to bring that ball in.
Sanders heading for Air Force next year. He's another one of those guys with high academic standards on this Grandview team. Johnson to throw again, near sideline, and almost intercepted and caught. Both guys had a chance for it. Fields was the intended receiver. Townsend on the coverage for Rockhurst.
Well, almost another turnover here. This is a very difficult pass for a high school quarterback because it's to the wide side of the field. It's basically a 12-yard out route, and most high school quarterbacks do not have strong enough arms to throw that pass. And that ball hung up there and gave the Rockhurst defender an opportunity to step in front of it and almost pick it off, Neil.
Again, Grandview shifts into the run and shoot. Johnson to throw. Tipped around back there. Rockhurst with excellent coverage on the play. The ball was tipped by Jason O'Brien.
I tell you, Grandview has done a good job. They're running good routes here. He's dropping back. I think they need to go. I keep hyping on that short passing game. Here we see Clint Johnson throwing the ball. His receiver's open, but I don't believe his arm is strong enough to get the ball down the field as quickly as he needs to get it because those defenders are really closing in on it very fast on the receivers for Grandview.
3rd down and 10 for Grandview if they're to keep this drive alive. Johnson with pressure. It's intercepted by O'Brien. Jason O'Brien brings it back to the 19-yard line. The 2nd interception tonight for the Hawklets.
Well, the key to interceptions is having excellent coverage in the secondary, but the other thing is good pressure up front. And here we see number 52 right there providing the pressure. Coach Severino's son right there up front, rushing in, providing the pressure. He throws the ball, it hangs up there long down the field, and Jason O'Brien intercepts it.
So O'Brien's 2nd interception of the season. And Grandview hurting themselves early. O'Brien tries the left side and finds some success there. Forward for about 8 yards on the play.
This is just an inside counter. You see the guard pull, the trapping, blocking down by the center. Open up a big hole. If he kept his footing, he might have been in the secondary for some additional yardage. But I tell you, I like what Rockhurst is doing. They're moving inside and outside, inside and outside.
Inside handoff, close to the 1st down. That's Huenfeld, tackled by Mike Zeller.
Mike Zeller did a good job reading the trap on that play. Rockhurst picks up the 1st down, but that was a good job by him. He really slipped off of the pulling guard. It was a trap play inside. The guard went up inside, and Zeller stayed right there, squeezed it, and was able to make the play.
1st and 10, Rockhurst. Steve Jett is the new quarterback in the game for Rockhurst.
Coach Severino describes him as a great option quarterback. He likes to bring him in during the 3rd series of all the football games that they play this year because he does read and runs the option extremely well.
O'Brien trying the right side for some good yardage. Lowcamp on the tackle for Grandview.
Great job, Ted! Great job, Ted! A little surprising how well Rockhurst is dominating the line of scrimmage. Grandview is not a small football team, Neil, but really Rockhurst is getting off the ball a lot quicker than the Grandview defenders are.
Chris Sexton on that right side from his tackle position, leading the way on that last play. On the option, and it's O'Brien who is flat out nailed in the backfield by Jeff Fields, his 5th tackle tonight.
Tell you, Jeff Field plays this as well as you can play any option. The quarterback fakes inside, comes down the line. He baits the quarterback into pitching. He fakes like he's going after the quarterback pitches, but he's actually going after the pitch man.
That's like playing 2-on-1 fast break in basketball. He faked the guy out.
That's right.
And the guy handling the ball didn't go for it.
That's a great play. That was a bad read on the part of the quarterback on that play. He should have turned it up inside the field and got what he could, because the timing of the runner was off as far as him going down the line of scrimmage on the pitch with him.
Out of the power I, Travis Euenfeld is nailed at the 40-yard line. A flag on the play. Lowcamp was there for Grandview, and it might be a face mask call here.
Well, I'm sure that is the case, because I tell you, Euenfeld takes the ball, and then one thing you see him going in one direction forward, and then the next thing you see him turning sideways. Here we look at him here. Look at him. But Neil, I tell you,
on the defense. First down.
Let the ref call it. I don't know if that was a face mask penalty. Looks like he grabbed the top of his shoulder pads underneath his collar. Right there. Look at that. Which spun him around. That was not a face mask.
And boy, is that a tough call. It was 3rd down and 6, and they appeared to have held. I hope they're not calling for a replay up here.
Oh, yeah. I was getting ready to mention that point. Maybe we ought to call down on the field.
Gary Heisey, of course, works the replay booth in a lot of professional games. Maybe they're looking for his leadership up here.
Do we have a phone line down to the side of the bench or what?
Heisey's just yelling information from up here. Needless to say, though, it's 1st and 10 for the Hawklets. And they're going to try the throwback, and Sonnenberg is wide open, but he's overthrown as they threw it back to Bowman. A lateral on the pass play, and then he threw it long to Sonnenberg, who was 10 yards behind everybody.
I tell you, Bowman shows some strength in his arm right there. I don't know why they're not passing the football. You got a kid like that who can throw the ball downfield. Look at that, great arm action, just overthrows his receiver. He's wide open, but that was an excellent call on that play.
Well, the timing was excellent because everyone in the house was faked out. 2nd down and 10. Back to passes, Jet setting up a screen pass over the middle. It's fumbled and picked up by Grandview. And then he fumbles it, but I think the Bulldogs finally corralled it. Kensler came up with it initially, and I think he fell on his own football. And here's the big turnover for the Bulldogs.
Well, this is the spark they needed, Neil, to get back into this football game. They have excellent field position now. Rockhurst is just trying to set up a middle screen right there. We see it set up, but look at the tackle right there. There's Roz Joswell coming in right there, making the tackle, stripping the ball. Number 77, Dan Kansler, picks it up. He fumbles, but they get it back. Big play for Grandview.
1st down and 10 for the Bulldogs at the 44. Johnson to throw. Got Sanders. He's out of bounds after a gain of 5. A flag on the play. O'Brien makes the stop for Rockhurst.
Neil, Grandview has that pass play there for them all game long if they want it, Neil. The defenders are playing man-to-man coverage. They're playing off. And that pass is there. You take a couple of them each series, Neil, because that'll loosen up the defense and get them thinking about the pass. Then their running game is going to be more effective.
And again, Grandview hurting themselves.
Live ball procedure on offense.
Sam Brown cannot be happy about the 3 procedure calls that he has had against his team in crucial 1st down situations. I mean, when you're going backwards on 1st down, it sets up 2nd down and 15. and really puts your team in a bind.
Well, early in the game, you can maybe cite that for being nervous and it's a big game. But right now, that just boils down to a lack of concentration. You as an offensive player know the snap count. The defense doesn't know it.
Pressure by Rockhurst is intense. In there was Chris Sexton for Rockhurst. Chris, a returning starter from a year ago.
And he's one of these blue chip guys here that can name his ticket and go to, you know, a Division I school and play very well. He's got the size, he's got the ability, and Coach Severino talks very highly of Chris Sexton.
Well, there's 3 guys at Division I schools from last year's team. Chris Powell at KU, Vince Hodis at San Diego, and Josh Seltzer is also at KU. And in the backfield, Nathaniel Woods is just hammered back there by the Hawklets.
There's Chris Sexton again, and Matt Reinhardt was in there on the play. They do a great job. Grandview tries to run the draw, tries to keep the defense off balance, but Rockhurst is just so fundamentally sound up front. Those guys play their responsibilities. They know what they have to do: shoot the gap, penetrate, look for the ball, make the play. They did on that play.
3rd down and 17 for the Bulldogs. They shift into a trips left. Johnson with pressure, lets it go down the sidelines. There's a flag on the play, and we may have interference against Rockhurst. On the coverage, it was O'Brien and Matt Leonard.
And Sanders actually caught that football, Neil. Just showing you how much concentration he has. It shows a great amount of concentration. It's Clint Johnson dropping back, throwing to the weak side. And the thing they're doing, Neil, they know they got man-for-man coverage over there on the weak side. So they're lining up the 3 receivers to the wide side and then throwing back.
Are you kidding me? He caught that football.
Yes, he did.
I cannot believe that.
Did I not tell you he caught the football?
Yeah, you told me, but I still wasn't believing it.
Well, that's why you wear glasses and I don't, right?
What a play by Sanders.
Look at the concentration. He's got his eyes open.
I was watching the flag all the way because I saw that one coming early. What a catch by Sanders, and Johnson sneaks it forward on the quarterback sneak on 1st down. Chris Sexton on the tackle for the Hawklets. We told you Sanders is headed for the Air Force Academy next year. He goes both ways at great free safety, one of the best. He, along with Toby at Blue Springs, probably the 2 best safeties we've seen this year.
Yes, they are. They're very good players. I tell you, they're really smart, and they play hard every game.
Johnson to throw it again. Got Sanders again. Knocked out of bounds, close to a 1st down by Jason O'Brien.
Well, Neil, Rockhurst is doing a great job of stopping the run for the most part tonight. But the passing game, when Grandview throws the ball short, they've made some big plays on some long yardage situations. But when they throw the ball short, they have an advantage because the defense of cornerbacks are playing man-to-man defense, and they're playing off, and they're giving them room to be able to run that play.
Quarterback sneak. Close to the 1st down is Johnson. And they're going to measure this one. Actually, they give him the 1st down, so Grandview still moving it ahead. 1st and 10, just over 2 minutes to play in the 1st half. Sam Brown hoping his team can punch one in here before halftime.
Be a big lift for this football team.
Johnson to throw. Intended receiver in the end zone is Sanders, who was double covered back there for good reason.
I tell you, he's caught everything that's been thrown to him tonight. They have to be aware of him because that's where the ball is being thrown. I'm sure Coach Severino might start to use some combination coverage on Sanders, maybe have somebody covering him short and deep.
2nd down and 10. They swing it to the near side. This is Fields inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. Goes Jeff Fields. His 25th catch of the season, and Jason Long on the stop for Rockhurst.
Clint Johnson dropping back here. You see the pressure coming up inside by Chris Sexton right there. He just throws an inside slant that's coming across. Jeff Field catches it, runs upfield.
3rd down and 5. Big play in the ball game so far for Grandview here. Out of the run and shoot, Johnson to throw. Pump fakes, now goes for Sanders, and it's picked off. Jason O'Brien with his 2nd one of the game.
Jason says, I'm going to let you catch some in front of me short, but on this drive, on this particular play, I'm not going to let you catch anything deep, and that's what he does. Good job of being inside of the receiver, and that gives him an opportunity to see the quarterback. They're trying to run an out pattern and then fake the out and then run the go up the field. Jason O'Brien does a great job of staying inside the receiver and making the interception.
And Sam Brown and Clint Johnson there. Johnson threw 3 interceptions in the first game of the season that lost to Hickman Mills, the only game they've lost. Had only thrown 1 interception until this game tonight. He's thrown up another 3.
And that's very difficult. You know, as yourself, as a player, you know that when your offense commits turnovers, it makes it very difficult for your defense because they have to go back out on the field and stop them. And Grandview has really hurt themselves tonight because 3 turnovers against a team like Rockhurst is very difficult. You're digging yourself a hole.
1st down and 10, Rockhurst, just over a minute to play first half. Euenfeld shakes a tackler and gets back close to the line of scrimmage. On the tackle, Ellery Jackson for Grandview.
Raj Jaswal comes up the field right here and kind of makes this play happen. He doesn't make the tackle, but he forces Euenfeld outside where the pursuit is able to get him.
That type of play by Jaswal is why many coaches say he can just pick his school next year at 260 pounds and 6'5". I
tell you, that's a huge young man, Neil.
Certainly is. Make sure you watch the NFL on TNT this Sunday night at 7 p.m. It'll be the Denver Broncos traveling to Minnesota to take on those terrible, actually, Vikings this year. After the Chiefs did away with them, the Vikings have just sunk to a new low up there in the Twin Cities. But you can watch this game, and I guess hopefully if you're a Chiefs fan, Denver can fall further behind in that race for the AFC West Championship.
Well, I'm hoping as a Chiefs player that the Vikings wake up very soon, and hopefully they'll wake up this Sunday night and beat the Broncos. But out of all the surprises this year of teams that I believe, Neil, has probably the best talent in the National Football League, you know, they have done such a very poor job of really showing what kind of football team they are this year.
Rockhurst has shown they're a fine football team tonight, leading it 14-0. Inside handoff to Spencer, taken away by Kanzler. Touchdown!
Neil, when you need a big play in a football game and you try to figure out where it's going to happen, when it's going to occur, here you have a senior, Dan Kanzler right here, who's a leader on this football team, who uses his head wisely, strips the ball carrier's carrying it pretty loosely, but he knows his team needs a big play, Neil. He strips it, runs it for a touchdown. It's a big play, big turnaround right here in this football game because now Grandview feels as though they're back in this football game. They have confidence. And it's a big blow for Rockhurst because they had an opportunity to really hold on to the ball before the half and go in 14 points ahead. Misdirection play right there. Spencer, look how he's carrying. He's almost like he tried to change hands of the ball while he was running, and Dan Kanzler's right there. Realizes that, strips the ball, takes away, and goes in for the touchdown.
And that's a guy that has absolutely no idea what to do when you get in the end zone. He's gone, man. I tell you what, Kanzler, one play for 15 yards. He's one of the strongest guys on this team. Coach Brown has told us that before, and he showed us his strength and power right there.
And I know how he feels. My senior year in high school, Neil, I was playing safety. And I did that to a quarterback on an option play. He's run down the option. I tackled him, stole the ball away from him, and went in for the score.
There are some hitting going on out there, folks. Jacoby beating people.
I tell you what, Neil, I told you there was some fierce hitting going on here tonight, and there's another sign of it.
Sam Brown's ready to hit somebody.
I tell you, when you have a hit like that, that just gives your football team a big lift, and this Grandview football team is emotional. He knows it. He's playing on that right now, Neil. He's getting these kids fired up, and when they come out, there's 34 seconds left to go in this half. This is a team that's going to be a different football team because they know they can play with Rockhurst.
1st and 10 for the Hawklets. Sonnenberg sweeping left with blocking. Out to midfield on the run by Sonnenberg. Finally run out over there by Ellery Jackson. That'll quiet a crowd in a hurry.
Yes, the guard and tackle from the far side pull. He's got plenty of running room up the field. He shows tremendous speed, too, of getting outside. Emery Jackson on the stop.
23 yards on the carry by Mike Sonnenberg, adding to his seasonal totals. Ball resting at the 49. Back to pass Leonard. Looking deep. Got a receiver, but overthrows him. That was Sonnenberg freed on the right sideline because one of the defenders had fallen.
I tell you, Jeff Field fell down on that play, and luckily for him, that ball was overthrown. Otherwise, that's 6 points instantly, Neil.
4 seconds to play in the first half.
I tell you, we've seen everything tonight in this football game, and it's just the first half. Can you imagine what the second half is going to be like?
Right, you got another half coming your way. 14-7, Rockhurst leads this one over Grandview, and Tony Severino to talk things over with his offense, and that Grandview defense will huddle together.
Not a bad haircut there on Jeff Fields there.
That's your student body president haircut.
That tight fade look.
Yeah, Arsenio Hall going on there. Well, you know what else is going on? The NBA playing on TNT. This is my time of the year, Deron. It's hoops time. The National Basketball Association starting next week on TNT. Tuesdays and Fridays this season, and you can see all the action on TNT and American Cablevision. And of course, if you're watching this game at 10:30 tonight, there was a doubleheader tonight on TNT. Right. Michael Jordan getting things going on.
It's probably one of my favorite times of Neil to play, you know, the years when NBA basketball comes on, but then after the season, I get an opportunity to play basketball, so I'm really looking forward to this year playing basketball against even some of our guys are in the truck.
Oh, yeah.
Doing this game tonight.
We're looking to see what you have.
Oh, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Back to passes Leonard with time running out in the first half. He just lets it fly, and it falls out of bounds. Actually, Huenfeld catches it out of bounds, but that's the end of the first half, and what a first half.
Oh, it was a big first half. I think right now Grandview has to be really pumped up. They have all the momentum. That play right before the end of the half, Dan Kanzler stealing that ball away, really puts Grandview in a great position at the start of the second half.
There's the story. We'll be back with some more halftime activities right after this.
We're here to roast the barons of buckling up. These guys have lost more limbs than a tree surgeon. Vince and Larry.
I love these guys. They remind me of my husband, Fang. Always broke and in a dead-end job.
By getting people to buckle up, they've saved thousands of lives. On the job, what's the first thing that goes through their heads? The steering wheel!
So the waitress says to Vince and Larry, do you want your coffee regular or decapitated?
Everybody give him a hand.
You could learn a lot from a dummy. Buckle your safety belt.
I don't get it.
Score at halftime, Rockhurst leading at 14-7, and our own Gary Heisey pulling people out of the stands like he does every week. Who's your guest down there, Gary?
Well, of course, tonight, the Rockhurst Hawklets and the Grandview Bulldogs, and we have found the athletic director, Doug Bruce, from Rockhurst High School. the athletic director, the head basketball coach, and Doug, I find out that you also have a title that a lot of people don't know about, assistant film coordinator. He's here tonight helping film the football game. And of course, Doug, the first half, just when it looked like Rockhurst was going to dominate this football game, gave him an opportunity to get back in it right at the end of the first half.
Well, Gary, both teams are playing for a district championship and a chance to get into the state tournament, and both teams are playing as hard as you might expect to get that point.
The winner tonight plays Blue Springs next Wednesday, and we saw them last week. What a tough opponent that's going to be for the winner tonight.
Got an outstanding football program, and we sure be pleased to be able to win tonight and get a chance to play them on Wednesday. It'd be a great football game.
You know, Rockhurst's theory about scheduling tough opponents outside the Kansas City area throughout the season, that really seems to pay off in a game like this for you.
Well, to be very honest with you, we'd like to be able to schedule some of the really good programs in the Kansas City area first, but our philosophy over the years has basically been to schedule good programs, tough competition, and I think it pays off for us when we get in these kind of situations.
Do you like this district format where it puts so much emphasis on the final 3 weeks of the season?
Well, I think the alternative was the old point system, and I think a lot of people were not real satisfied with that when you have undefeated teams that don't get in the playoffs, and some teams lose 3 or 4 games and get in, and I think this was the next alternative, and we've been real pleased with it. It's worked out real well for us the last few years.
You know, it's an exciting time for high school athletics right now. Not only the football playoffs going on, but I know soccer and some of the other minor sports also, and of course basketball is right around the corner. You're the head basketball coach. Why don't you give us a quick preview of what we can expect from Rockhurst basketball and also some of the top teams around the Kansas City area this year?
Well, we had a real good team last year and played with a lot of sophomores and juniors who will be back this year, and we really think that if everyone stays healthy on our ball club this year, we're going to be right up there with some of the best in town. And you know, everybody thinks that Raytown South might be a little bit down because they played a lot of seniors last year, but Coach Lathrop always does a great job, and they're going to be good. I expect Blue Springs to be real tough. I expect Lee Summit to be real tough on the Missouri side, and Shawnee Mission South, the defending state champion on the Kansas side, is going to be tough again this year also.
Okay, well, good luck not only tonight, but in all your endeavors at Rockhurst, and good luck the rest of the way if you do win tonight.
Thank you, Gary. We're hoping to. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to Neil and Duran up in the press box. We should have a good second half, guys, and take it away.
Okay, Gary, thanks a lot. Rockhurst again leading at 14-7 at halftime. We'll be back with more after this.
When I grow up, I want to be a track star.
No one ever says, I want to be a junkie when I grow up.
I want to be a ballerina.
Yet thousands of kids let getting high make a mess of their lives.
I want to be a nurse.
Don't let drugs get in the way of your dreams.
I'm Tom Ellis. I hope you'll join us for Newsworthy. Our stories examine the beauty and mysteries of nature and science, the splendor and danger of the Northern Lights. We look at historic events, especially ones still affecting our lives today. We look at past mistakes and how they impact our future. Then meet your favorite stars and find out why some fade quickly while others last forever. Plus the latest news about health and medicine. So join us this week and every week for Newsworthy.
Neil Harwell along with Duran Cherry at halftime. Rockhurst leading at 14-7, but it could have been a lot worse the way this game started because Rockhurst was pounding it down the Bulldogs' throat early. Jason Long caught one of only 2 passes in the first half, this one for a touchdown.
Yes, he does. He rolls out, buys himself time by getting outside the pocket right there. Chris Sexton right there provides him with the key block right there. He finds his receiver in the end zone for the touchdown.
Travis Huenfeld got into the end zone for his 16th touchdown of the season.
Well, he's been very productive tonight here. He just takes a handoff, powers his way into the end zone for the score.
Then one of our favorite plays of the entire year so far, Duran. Kanzler just takes it away from people.
On the inside handoff right there. Kanzler comes back in. As you can see, the guy was trying to change hands with the ball, steals the ball, runs in the end zone. Look at those high knee action right there. For the touchdown.
And the first time he's seen pay dirt in a while. And the halftime statistics, as you might have thought, Rockhurst handily leading those statistics, especially the rushing department.
Well, they've totally dominated this football game. Time of possession, turnovers. They're winning that battle, even though they gave up one right before the half, which was a key play that led to 7 points. But the thing they're doing is they're running the football very well. They haven't had to pass the ball too much tonight. But the most disappointing stat of all for Grandview, there's actually two, is there's 0 yards rushing in the entire first half, and in the turnovers. They've thrown 3 interceptions, and one of those led directly to a Rockhurst score.
Rockhurst controlling the statistics. They also control the scoreboard. They lead it 14-7, and Travis Huenfeld had a good first half. His senior year has been a tremendously productive one, and he continues that tonight. Ronnie's also a great baseball player. This guy is a tremendous center fielder, so he can really choose his field when he gets out of Rockhurst High School.
That's right. Well, in baseball, you need speed to play center field because you have to cover a lot of ground, and Travis has tremendous speed, as we've witnessed tonight here in this football game.
Rockhurst to kick it off. It'll be Todd Powell, who has suffered an injury, but he's doing the kicking here tonight. And back deep, it's Newsom and McDaniels. They've got some trickery going in the first half, reverses and such. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve this time. McDaniel keeps it. Tackled at the 21-yard line. Kevin Ventrillo was there to bring McDaniel down.
Well, the razzle-dazzle came out again, Neil, on the kickoff. P.J. McDaniel gets the ball, fakes the handoff. He has the ball actually in the wrong hand. Should have held it in the other hand if he wasn't going to fake it because he could hide it better. Rockhurst kickoff team does a good job in coverage and getting down the field.
1st and 10, Grandview, and they got some quickness off the ball that time, and a gain of about 2 yards on the play.
I'm sure Coach Sam Brown saw those stats at halftime and realized he has 0 yards rushing, Neil. And for a coach who has a team that is a big offensive line, considering what Rockhurst has, he's got to be very, very disappointed at the fact that he doesn't have any yards rushing.
Now, Duran, we saw the momentum at the end of the first half in Grandview's favor. And right now, how important is it for them to just hold the ball for a while here? Sanders with the catch on the far sideline. He's got a first down. And a flag on the play. After it's over, O'Brien on the tackle along with Leonard.
You know, the most impressive thing is this guy right here, Clint Johnson. He's thrown 3 interceptions tonight, but yet he still keeps coming back, throwing the football, putting it in the hand of Gil Sanders, who's just made unbelievable catches all night. He's brought the ball down every time he's thrown to him. And I tell you got to give him credit. He's still hanging in there. He's still throwing that football, and he's leading this football team, and they have confidence in him.
Dead ball, personal foul, late hit on the defense, first down.
So the activity after the play tacks on 15 more, and the ball is marked at the 45-yard line of Rockhurst. And back on that thought, Duran, Grandview, if they can keep together a drive here to open up this second half, how important is that?
Oh, momentum-wise for this football team, it's very important. Even if they get in the end zone, they feel like, hey, we can win.
Sacked is Johnson. Sexton was there. Also, Severino and Reinhardt.
Almost seemed like Severino just crawled on his hands and knees through the line of scrimmage and reaches up there and grabs the quarterback and sacks him. There's tremendous pressure up the front.
Scott Severino, he's only 169 pounds, a senior, but he gets it done on both sides of that line. 2nd down and 15. Johnson on the option play, back to Woods. He's almost to the original line of scrimmage on the play. Stopped there by Reinhardt. Also, Hartman was there on the play for Rockhurst.
Well, Reinhardt does a good job. He goes inside. He even falls down, but he gets up and comes back and gets in on the play.
And another hit delivered by Jason Long as he came cross country to put a hit on Woods. 3rd down and 11. Johnson to throw. Near side, a wobbly pass and incomplete. The coverage provided by Gerard Townsend.
That's a very tough throw for Clint Johnson. You know, he's not a big kid, Neil. He doesn't have an exceptionally strong arm, and he's rolling out to his left, which he is a right-handed quarterback trying to throw the ball on a deep out pattern, or actually a short out pattern, but it is an extremely long throw, and it's very difficult for him.
What a talented young man Johnson is. Besides football, he's an actor. He starred in plays and a musician. He can do it all. He's punting the football here. Back deep, you saw Sonnenberg and Huenfeld. This is Travis Huenfeld at the 19. He falls down, or Grandview could have had some serious problems there.
Yeah, he almost escaped that, got out of there, but that was an excellent punt by Clint Johnson. He put it right in the perfect spot, right on the sideline, and forced Huenfeld to have to run all the way across the other side of the field, and the pursuit of Grandview really came up and made a good play on that.
After all of that, he ends up at the 14.
Tell you, for Grandview, even though they didn't score, Neil, they got the ball and put Rockhurst in bad field position.
Huenfeld, nothing there this time. Tyrone Woods led the charge from his defensive tackle position.
Well, it looks like the defense has stepped up their intensity, especially on that first play. They were able to come off the line of scrimmage and held Rockhurst to a short gain on the play, which in the first half they weren't able to do that. Rockhurst was probably averaging maybe 4 or 5 yards a carry during the first half.
2nd and 8. Huenfeld. Close to the first down. On the tackle, Ellery Jackson, his 3rd tonight.
You know, this is why Huenfeld is such a good back. He takes the ball, but watch him. He lowers his shoulder right there. He gets hit hard, but at the point of where he got hit, he still gained 4 more yards.
Those legs were moving constantly, keeping him going forward, and he is close to that first down, and he's got the first down.
Huenfeld is a very impressive back. He's got all the skills. He knows how to run with the ball, and he runs very determined. And we've seen some great backs this year, and the key thing that they've all had is that determination, running the ball, getting that extra yardage, falling forward, not backwards.
Huenfeld again. Got maybe a couple on the play. Tackle there by Ellery Jackson. You know, Duran, Huenfeld is averaging 10 yards a carry this season, and Grandview is doing a good job of limiting him on his average per carry tonight. It was under 4.
Well, they're doing a good job with that 8-man line of scrimmage up front. That's what it allows you to do, is hopefully get people in gaps and make him penetrate so that he has to, instead of running straight up in the hole, he's got to pick and go sideways, and that loses time and allows the pursuit to get there.
Leonard on the keeper going nowhere. Lowcamp flew over people to knock him down. Also in there is Brian Woodson.
I tell you, Steve Jett, they bring him in, number 15. He's their option quarterback. You see Matt, he doesn't look very comfortable running the option, coming down the line of scrimmage and having the ability to fake and pitch. He immediately puts the ball in his hand. He's turning up the run. He's got a Huenfeld right there who's looking to get the pitch, but he didn't make the correct read on the play.
Brian Robinson had him low, and Lowcamp had him high. Huenfeld on 3rd down, and Bill Lane stuffs him at the line of scrimmage.
This is the first time tonight the Grandview defense has stopped Rockhurst in downs. You know, Rockhurst gained the first down, but here they come back, and on this next series they stop him. There's Lowcamp right there just coming in, fighting off of blockers. For a guy that's only 150 pounds, he sure is a very, very active guy and takes on these big players and really uses that quickness to escape them and make plays.
Rockhurst to punt it away. Back deep is Gil Sanders for Grandview. And what a play by Sonnenberg at the 31. Also, Jason Long came down there to help Sonnenberg out.
Well, the key to that coverage was the hang time on the punt. There was excellent hang time. It was a good high punt. And the hang time allowed the coverage to get down the field, and Jason Long and Soenfeld was able to come down there and do a good job. Sonnenberg, excuse me.
40 yards on the punt, and Grandview will start from the 31. McDaniel on the handoff, cuts it back up inside, still on his feet, and down on a gain of 7 yards. A good bit of running by McDaniel. On the tackle for Rockhurst, Luke Brewster.
Excellent piece of running by V.J. McDaniel on the play. It looked like he was going to be stopped for a short gain, but he's so elusive. He's able to duck in behind his blockers, foul his blockers, and scoot around and get up the field, Neil. That was a good job. You know, Grandview has come out tonight offensively. They've used a lot of shifting their backs to different formations, and I would figure it would cause Rockhurst some problems, but the defense of Rockhurst has really handled that quite well.
Play action, Johnson lets it fly. It's almost caught out of the air on the far sideline. The intended receiver, Ellery Jackson. On the coverage for Rockhurst, Jason O'Brien.
You know, all the misdirection is fine to try to confuse the defense, and this is what Grandview's doing right now. The inside fake, the outside fake. Matt Reinfeldt right there comes in, applies the pressure, and makes Clint Johnson throw before he's set to throw the football. That's why that ball took off, and it wasn't a good throw. He had a receiver open, but because of the pressure, he was not able to put the ball where it's supposed to be.
Sam Brown wanted to run a lot of play action tonight, but it's tough when you don't get any protection. And in fairness to Johnson, he's had to get rid of the ball much more quickly than he's wanted to a lot of times tonight. In motion is Jackson. And jumping off sides on the left side is Tyrone Woods. So from a 3rd and short, it'll go to a 3rd and 8.
Well, Neil, this is what drives coaches crazy, and Sam Brown is probably livid with his players right now.
Procedure, offense.
And I'm sure he talked to them at halftime about that same thing. Guys, let's concentrate. Let's focus on. We know the snap count. They don't. Let's use that to our advantage to keep them off balance. And right now they're beating themselves by not concentrating and not doing the things that are going to allow them to have some success in this football game.
3rd down and 8 from the 32. Johnson to throw. And Sanders with another great catch. He's got the 1st down at the 44. Bowman ran him out of bounds.
You mentioned early in the telecast, you talk about concentration, what you have to have. Here Clint Johnson throws Gil Sanders. He's fully extended. Look at that, Neil. And still has enough presence to get not 1, but 2 feet down. So that would have been a great catch in the National Football League.
That's right, and here you only have to have 1 foot down, but Sanders did a great job there, and Jackson gets the inside handoff and just rolls over people for about 3. Chris Sexton in there for Rockhurst. We saw that inside handoff work very effectively earlier this season to run against Lee Summit. They turned up a great bit of yardage in that game. McDaniel ran for about 130 yards in that ball game, and they've used it here a couple of times well. 2nd down and 7 from the 46 for Grandview. Again, they give you a different look, shifting out of the formation. In motion, Jackson. Play action for Johnson. Overthrows the intended receiver Fields down the middle of the field. And the coverage was provided back there nicely by the Rockhurst defense.
I tell you what, Neil, the thing that that misdirection and counter-action play does for you as a defense, you're very confused as to where the ball is. You watch the linebackers here, they start in one direction, they go back in another direction, then they realize it's passed, and they go back in a different direction. So it really confuses you. It makes you hesitate quite often, and you really don't get a good jump on the play, and that's what the misdirection does to you.
Johnson gets it away, intended for Fields, incomplete. Again, the pressure very much evident in the face of Johnson. In there was Kevin Kopp, and he also got a piece of the football.
Well, you know, pressure, this is what pressure does to you. Here you see Chris Sexton coming in, applying the pressure and it makes the quarterback throw the ball before he wants to, and his feet weren't set, Neil. And when you don't get your feet set as a quarterback, you can't deliver the ball where you want to.
Just over 4 minutes to play in the third quarter. Johnson will have to punt it away for Grandview. Back deep, Sonnenberg and Huenfeld. And Huenfeld takes it at the 20, avoids the initial hit, and now gets outside. Remember his speed. Finally, it's Johnson that stops him in Grandview territory at the 36-yard line. Johnson and Sanders prevent the touchdown. 44 yards.
Another case of Huenfeld just using that great speed that he has. It's a very good punt, Neil. It's got hang time, it's high. The coverage is down there, but what the coverage does, that little head fake in there, they lose contain. And when you lose contain, there's usually no one outside. And Rockhurst has their blockers lined up. They have that wall, and Huenfeld just follows the wall. There's Gil Sanders right there, safety, making the play.
Sonnenberg on the misdirection, cuts it back up inside, and he's got plenty of room on the left sideline. Touchdown! 37 yards.
Great blood, buddy. Good blood.
On to kick the extra point, Scott Collins for Rockhurst. Hooks it left, no good.
I tell you now, what happens defensively after a big play like that, you come out and you're kind of like in a different state of mind. You know, here you give up a big play and you're really not ready to play. So what happens, you come out and Rockhurst uses a misdirection play. They fake the handoff up the middle, and Schoenberg comes outside. And if Huenfeld has 4.4 speed, I wonder what Sonnenberg has as far as speed-wise, because he really shows some quickness and speed on that play.
I've got that information for you, Duran. You know I'm always in there with the 40 times.
Oh, yeah.
4.6 on Sonnenberg. He showed it to us, 37 yards for the touchdown, and Rockhurst leads it 20-7.
I tell you, tonight, Grandview's got to be scratching their head because they've been their own worst enemy. You know, that last series, the penalties and the big plays, that hurt them. You know, they had excellent field position, but they could not convert. Then Rockhurst makes a big play on that punt return, and they put it in the end zone.
And great coverage on the kickoff. McDaniel just across the 20-yard line. Olm Shipman made the hit.
You know, this Rockhurst team, even at halftime, they've come out with, after the halftime, before the half when they scored, Grandview scored, they've come out and they've shown unbelievable poise, Neil, I think, as a football team. And that's just a credit to their coach. Their coach never gets rattled. He knows that, hey, the football game, it's a long game.
And this is a little Dallas Cowboys shotgun action from the early 70s, and a flag on the play. And it's going to be against Grandview. Well, Coach Brown, Duran said to us, we're going to show them a lot of different formations and shifts tonight. We hope it'll fool them if it doesn't fool us, and they haven't been able to execute totally in the different shifting formations that they've been in tonight.
Well, it really hasn't fooled Rockhurst. I think they have an excellent defensive game plan going on because they're really not following any kind of motion. They're just basically, what they're doing is adjusting their men to them, and they're playing either man-to-man or zone off of it.
Johnson in the shotgun, throws to the far side. McDaniel tries to shake the tackler, but he can't do it. That's Kyle Hartman who brings him down. His third tackle tonight.
Rockhurst right now is just really playing loose defensively. They know that Grandview has to throw the ball to get back into this football game because they haven't been able to rush the ball effectively against them. So they can just pin their ears back right now, rush the passer, drop back in the zone, and just read the ball, react. Everybody pursuing to the ball, make the tackle, get the ball back to their offense.
2nd down and 16. This time it's against Rockhurst, so that'll move it to a 2nd down and 11 situation for Grandview. The Grandview sideline erupted toward the end of the first half, and now it's Rockhurst with the momentum. And Sam Brown looking on, hoping his team can get back in this one. Johnson on 2nd and 11. Ball batted down at the line of scrimmage by Kevin Kopp, who's been back there all night.
Well, that's that pressure. Rockhurst is always sending someone, whether it's up the middle or on the outside. And here Kevin Kopp right there just gets that big hand up. And the quarterback has to throw the ball up in the air because he's so small now. He's not really a tall quarterback, so he's got to really kind of throw it into the line of scrimmage. They're getting their hands up, and he bats it down on the play.
3rd down and 11 for Grandview. Woods shakes a tackler in the backfield, but that's as far as he goes. Sean Bowman on the tackle.
Excellent tackling for Rockhurst football team as well, Neil. They all know the fundamental techniques of tackling. You come in with your head up, but you bring your arms, and that's what stops the ball carrier when you wrap your arms around them, and they do a good job of that.
Johnson to punt it away. Huenfeld back there along with Sonnenberg. Somebody looked like they might have gotten a piece. Sonnenberg fields it on a hop. Makes great yardage out of this one, close to the 30-yard line. And there's a flag on the play. It looks like we're going to have roughing the kicker because nobody got a piece of that football.
Yeah, Neil, number 39, I believe it was Charles Bach right there, came in right at the end. It's trying to block it. Good effort. It runs into the punter.
Roughing the kicker on the defense. That's a 1st down. 1st down.
So a big break for the Grandview Bulldogs as they punted that one away, and what would have been Rockhurst possession at the 30-yard line is now Grandview 1st and 10 just inside their own 35. We're underneath a minute to play in the 3rd quarter.
They really didn't have to try to go after the punt now because, hey, they're going to get excellent field position anyway. You set up the return.
Johnson's pass is complete for a gain of 4 to Ellery Jackson. On the tackle, Brewwater for Rockhurst. Second down and 7 for the Bulldogs. Trips left. Low snap, Johnson fields. Jackson with the catch. And the tackle is by Hartman, who's having a great game tonight. Flag on the play. And it's against Grandview, holding, which just kills you.
I don't know how many times tonight we've seen this happen, Neil, where Grandview will start a drive or they're in the middle of a successful drive, and then here comes a mistake, a penalty that really sets them back. And, Neil, you're playing against a football team that has a very strong winning tradition, and they don't make many mistakes to beat themselves. And you as a football team coming in when you know you got a lot on the line.
Holding offense. We have to extend the period. One play because of the penalty.
When you're coming into a game that has such importance as far as your season ending or going on or extending yourself into the playoffs, you can't perform against a good team like this in this type of football game, and that's what's happening to Grandview. They're self-destructing, they're beating themselves.
You heard the referee. The quarter can't end on the
turned over this time, don't they?
penalty, and they're extending the quarter here. So one play remaining in the third quarter. Johnson against pressure over the middle, intercepted. Travis Huenfeld, you know what he can do after he catches the football, all the way down to the 15-yard line or the 10-yard line. And finally, it's Billy Greening who makes the stop.
What hasn't Travis done tonight? He's been there offensively, and now defensively he comes up with a big play in this football game.
Great job.
Clint Johnson dropping back right there, throwing the ball down the field. Here's Travis stepping in. Intercepted.
We'll be back right after this.
You know, Vern, for over 60 years, the Shriners Hospitals have helped or cured over 250,000 crippled children. And the Shriners Hospitals provide this care free for children who cannot afford the care they need. But they need your support and involvement, Vern. Why, I'm so involved with the Shriners. One day, they may make me the grand, exalted, high Putin boot.
See you later, Carol. I don't know if you'll remember me, but I'll never forget you. I'm Mr. Signorelli's daughter. I didn't think about what would happen if he went into cardiac arrest. I didn't realize that at 6 a.m., a nurse would call the shots and save his life.
If you have the smarts and the guts to study biology, chemistry, anatomy, and psychology, call 1-800. If caring were enough, anyone could be a nurse.
Here's a look from the end zone view of this game. This last play right before the end of the third quarter right here. Clint Johnson dropping back, throwing the ball. Huenfeld right there is just playing center field. Familiar number right there and familiar type of action. Takes the ball back. Great play.
Why don't you show us one of those against the Raiders Sunday? Huh?
I love to do it, man.
See Jay Schrader chasing you from behind.
Couldn't come at a better time.
Travis Huenfeld has returned 2 punts tonight, one of 44, one of 33, and now he's got an interception to go along with that. This is Sonnenberg over the right side, and Grandview turns him back, led by Robert Newsom.
Schoenfeld tonight, Neil, has been a very productive player for him. He's come in a lot of situations and showed tremendous quickness and speed, and on that play, Grandview defense reacts very well to the play and stops him, but he's had a productive night this evening as well.
You know, Sonnenberg's only a junior. I remember him last year as a sophomore. He saw quite a bit of action, and we talked about this Rockhurst program, the tradition, the experience. They've been here before, and they're really showing it here tonight. Leonard. And finally sacked in the backfield. Bill Lane was there, Lowcamp was there for Grandview, and the pressure got to Matt Leonard.
It was just excellent coverage down the field, which really forced a quarterback here who's dropping back to not find an open receiver, pull the ball down and have to scramble. And in the meantime, the pursuit, there's Lane right there coming in and making the stop.
Third down and 11 for the Hawklets. On the draw play, Spencer breaks free at the line of scrimmage. Doesn't have the first down, and a flag on the play. Maybe holding against Rockhurst.
Yeah, when it's thrown in the backfield, that's usually the case, Neil, and that was the case on that play. But I tell you, that draw was right there. Fortunately enough, the Grandview defender right here, there's 42, Bill Lane, holding on just for a short period of time. 62's holding. But otherwise, that was a well-executed play.
Repeat third down.
So this one moves it back 15 yards, and it's 3rd and 21 for the Hawklets. $10 yards on the penalty. And there's your penalty situation tonight. Fairly evenly distributed.
Rockhurst having some problems getting their offense set.
And more Hankies hit the field.
False start on the offense. Repeat third down.
Now who's self-destruction? It looks like Rockhurst is, but I guess coach isn't too concerned because of the scoreboard right now. They're leading 20-7, but you still don't like to see those types of penalties happen on your football team. But he'll accept them because they got the lead right now.
3rd down and about a half a mile for Rockhurst. Leonard lets it fly. His receiver is Huenfeld, who almost ran underneath the ball to make the catch. He closed on that ball like Willie Wilson in center field. Of course, Travis is a center fielder.
He had him open down there, too. Here's a play where he just coming out of the backfield. They send both the receivers inside and deep down the field. The quarterback has him, just overthrows him. He's got some room down there.
That brings up a 4th down, and the field goal unit is on. How about this field goal? 51 yards for Todd Powell. And it's well short. Well, at least Todd had the opportunity.
Well, when you're leading 20-7, you take that opportunity, and I think what he's done right now is showed a tremendous amount of confidence in his defense. His defense has done a great job all game long of shutting down the Grandview attack, along with the help of Grandview also making many mistakes and having a lot of penalties called against them tonight for not being able to execute properly. But still, their defense has played well tonight, and he's responding by showing them the confidence and trying to kick a 51-yard field goal.
Rockhurst got on the board early with 2 quick touchdowns to lead it 14-0. Then Grandview came back toward the end of the first half, made it 14-7. It's now 20-7 with 9:42 to play in the 4th quarter. The new quarterback in the game is Wesley Fields, who takes it himself for no gain. Reinhardt, Matt Reinhardt, who's had a fantastic game tonight. Credit him with a tackle from his defensive end position.
Well, Wesley Fields has a little more speed, a little more quicker, and hopefully he can get out on the outside and create some situations and escape the pressure a little bit better.
Well, it's getting tough for Grandview when every time you try to get something started and you go backwards. And Wesley Fields, the quarterback, is another one of those sharp guys on this Grandview team, a fine young man. He's never had anything but A's, and he's looking at Harvard as a school possibly that he'll be attending. You know what kind of mind you have to get in there. Fields to pass. And it's caught over the middle. That's Jeff Fields. And he's brought down at the 35-yard line. Let me try this one on you, Duran. Fields to Fields, no relation. Tackle there is by Pichardo.
No relation, but a big connection downfield for the first down. Wesley drops back and just throws that ball. Almost kind of cuffs the football as he's throwing. What action.
On the option, nice timing on the pitch. This is Newsom on the left sideline. He's got good speed. And finally dragged down at the 21-yard line. Sean Bowman is the man that brought him down his second tackle tonight, but Newsom, a big gain and a great pitch from the quarterback Fields. 44 yards on the play.
Well, that's the thing that Fields brought into the offense was maneuverability, escapability. He comes down on the option, and just as soon as you think he's going to get tackled, he pitches off. And there's Newsom running down, showing tremendous speed.
Ball marked at the 20-yard line. Fields back to pass. Pressured again. Sexton grabs him from behind. The initial pressure was by Bob Corder.
I tell you, Sexton is just playing well. Bob Corder comes in, applies the pressure. Wesley almost escapes, but there's Sexton right there who never gives up. He's always giving that extra effort. Look at him diving over his own man to make the shoestring tackle.
All the way back to the 31-yard line. 2nd down and 20. Fields to throw it and batted down again.
Kevin Kopp coming in with his hands up in the air. Wesley is not a big guy, so like I say, when you're a small quarterback, you're not able to throw over those linemen that are coming in. Here's Kopp coming up in the air. Look at him. His hands are up, and he just throws it right into his arm.
He's got more blocks than David Robinson tonight. That's at least 3 that Kevin's had his hand on.
I'm sure David Robinson will have some blocks, though, tonight, too.
Fields to pass it. Over the middle, and overshoots his receiver. Fields again intended over the middle. Wesley Fields appears to have a little bit stronger arm than Clint Johnson.
Yes, he does, Neil, and I tell you, it's 4th down right now and 20. You know they're not going to kick a field goal or punt the ball. We know they're going for it, and we'll see what kind of tricks Coach Brown has in his bag to get this 4th down conversion.
4th and 20, 7:43 to play in this game.
This is a big conversion for him, Neil.
McDaniel in motion. They throw it downfield to McDaniel, and he's triple covered over there. The ball goes over on downs to Rockhurst.
That was a good attempt, but still, even if he would have caught it, he still would have been short of the 1st down. It's a tough predicament to put your team in, 4th and 20. But the Rockhurst defense, as I said, they played strong all game long, and here they're putting more pressure on him. He throws the ball. And it's hard to throw into a coverage where you know that their guy's going to be downfield because you got 4th and 20 to go. So it's very difficult to complete a pass that long when you know Rockhurst is going to drop their men back in the zone and protect against anything deep.
The junior Matt Leonard with 7:37 to play in the ball game. Rockhurst has it 1st and 10 at the 31. Huenfeld forward for about 4.
There's no secret, Neil, what Rockhurst is going to do right now. They're going to try to keep this ball on the ground and run some of this clock out. Just try to take advantage of the fact that their offensive linemen are firing off the ball very well. And Huenfeld back there has run extremely well tonight along with Sonnenberg, and just utilize those 2 guys to eat up the rest of the clock in this game.
What do you think about Huenfeld, Duran, as far as ranking him with some of the other backs in the area this year?
You know, he's probably one of the best backs we've seen this year.
This is Sonnenberg. Got a couple.
We've seen some really good backs this year so far. One that comes to mind is Harama Dickerson over at Harmon. I think he's a tremendous back, and I put Huenfeld in the same class as a Harama Dickerson.
I would too. I'd have to agree with your assessment there. Dickerson gained 200 yards in the game we did earlier this season, but Huenfeld is right in that same category. And of course, the blazing 4.4 speed that he has to go along with the inside power running that he also possesses. This is Huenfeld. Got the 1st down, keeps those legs driving again across the 45-yard line. Ellery Jackson brought him down.
Well, Neil, this is just play action. The play before, they did the same exact fake action, but they handed off to Sonnenberg. He was coming around the left side of the end. Here, they fake the same play. Here's the inside fake right there, and then they turn around and hand it back to Huenfeld right there, who gets the first down.
Ball marked at the 46-yard line. Travis continues his fine evening tonight. He also came in here as the leading receiver on this team with 7 catches for 117 yards. Inside handoff. Townsend with the run. He's got a first down, and the tackle is by Joe Lowcamp, his 14th tackle tonight.
Townsend right here does a great job of following his blocker here, the guard the tackle or the guard the end from the opposite side of the field, pull and help lead him up into the hole.
12 yards on the carry by Townsend. Five and a half minutes to play in the ball game. Rockhurst in control. Misdirection. Huenfeld on a gain of 6.
Same exact play again, Neil. They fake the inside handoff, then turn around and hand it back off to Huenfeld from the deep eye position and just cut it up inside and try to get as much yards as possible. But their offensive line is firing off the ball. They're confusing Grandview. And here's a team that's coming here, and they know what's at stake here, the playoffs, an opportunity to go further. And they've come out here tonight, and they're just really taking control of this line of scrimmage.
And it's been a great season for Grandview. Leonard keeps it himself. Tackled by Fields on the far sideline after a gain of 2. Grandview Duran, after their opening loss to Hickman Mills, has won 8 straight. So they're on a roll. I mean, this is no team that they're just rolling over here. Grandview is a very solid football team, and Rockhurst leading them 20-7. And you know, you can't say enough about this Bulldog team that Rockhurst is handling here tonight.
No, you can't. Here's a group of kids that, as sophomores, you know, had a losing record. They were 5-5 as juniors, but now they've come on and they've done a great job of getting themselves ready to play this year, where people were expecting them to be a 5-5 football team, but here they come out there, and up until this game, you know, they just had 1 loss this season.
Spencer on the carry, Woods on the tackle, 1st and 10. That's the 8th tackle tonight for Tyrone Woods. And you know, this Grandview defense, in all fairness, they have been on this field,
yes, they have,
for almost the entire game, and they have got to be worn down.
Well, Rockhurst has controlled the line of scrimmage. They've controlled this clock the whole game, and it's just evident that this defense is tired right now at the end of the game. And Rockhurst is a football team that they come in here, they expect to win.
This is Townsend out close to another first down.
And they're playing like a team, Neil, that's been there before. A team that has that experience, that their coach has the confidence that, you know, he can develop a game plan that's going to be a winning game plan because he's done it before and won a state championship with it. So these kids have a lot of confidence in the fact that regardless of what the situation is, that they're going to win this football game, and it just shows in the way they've performed here tonight.
One more first down, let's go, let's score one more. Another first down.
The Rockhurst sideline fired up. 2nd down and short. And Spencer ahead for the first down.
You know, it's so funny. You look at this, and it's almost like Grandview seeing their offensive work that we saw earlier in the year. The really quarterback turning out, opening up, a lot of misdirection type of plays. You don't know as a linebacker who's getting the ball, so you're really off balance all the time.
And unfortunately, the loser in this ball game tonight, the season is over. The winner moving on to probably play Blue Springs in the playoffs. Huenfeld around the right side, flag on a play. Fields drives him out of bounds, and it could be holding against Rockhurst.
I tell you, you look at the backfield of this play, Neil, I tell you, you don't know where this football's going to go. You see people crisscrossing. Crisscrossing, they're just going everywhere. The quarterback opens up, there's a guard pulling, the tackle pulling, another running back coming in motion, coming around. looking for the inside handoff, then he hands off to Huenfeld.
Repeat, first down.
From the I position.
But it's holding against the Hawklets. Jeff Fields did a great job of staying home on that play. I mean, it would have been easy to leave your position with all that misdirection going on in the backfield, but he stayed home, made a nice play. Didn't matter, though. The holding call was against Rockhurst, and that brings up a first down and 20. Inside handoff. Sonnenberg gets free on the outside, and then he's brought down. Jeff Fields was there.
You know, it's funny, you watch Rockhurst play offensively tonight and you see almost like 3 different types of football teams. You see a team that's just running, you know, the counters and the traps. I mean, the traps up the middle of the dive plays, then you see them with the option plays. And now you see them with a totally different type of offensive scheme, you know, the crossing action, misdirection. You don't know who's going to get the football, whether it's the guy that's coming from the opposite side, whether it's the fullback or the tailback getting it, or the quarterback keeping it on the option. So you're seeing so many different looks tonight from this Rockhurst offensive football team.
Well, remember, the NFL on TNT continues this Sunday night. It'll be the Denver Broncos traveling to the Minnesota Vikings. They'll be taking on the Vikings in Minneapolis. And can the Vikings defeat the Broncos and keep them below the Chiefs in the AFC West standings? Well, I'm betting they probably can after seeing the Vikings a few times this year. So let's watch and see what happens in that Denver and Minnesota game. Sam Brown, a member of that last Orange Bowl team for the University of Missouri back in 1970.
What a guy, Neil.
Huenfeld back across the original line of scrimmage as time winds down in the 4th quarter.
You know, regardless of the outcome of this game right tonight, you know, Sam Brown is very proud of this football team because they've reached heights this year that a lot of people didn't expect them to reach, and they've done a great job. They have a tremendous amount of senior leadership, but more importantly, Neil, I think which is really special about this football team is the way these kids perform in the classroom.
It really is unbelievable when you look at what they've done.
And I tell you, they have just exceptional kids, but they have exceptional students, and when you have a combination like that, you know, that school, this whole entire community has to be proud of this football team.
And Sam Brown has a special relationship with his team. If you have a friend or relative who is unable to see tonight's telecast of the game, KCCP Channel 30 will replay the entire game on Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m. and then again on Monday at 9:30 p.m. For the most comprehensive coverage of high school sports, it's American Cablevision, KCCP Channel 30. And Tony Severino doing some coaching in that offensive huddle. He's going back for another chance at the state championship. He's done it before on both sides of the state line. He did it for Shawnee Mission Northwest on the Kansas side, and he'll be back trying again.
Well, it's very rewarding for him because, you know, here's a very young football team who really didn't expect to do much this year. I think he was, you know, a lot of people around the city were probably gunning after him because he figured that this would be a down year for his Hawklets. But he's come on, he's done a tremendous coaching job. His kids have responded. They've played extremely hard for him. And what more can he ask? Another chance to go into the next round, the state playoffs, and have an opportunity to win another state championship. And this has got to be a lot of fun for him because this is a different bunch of guys. It's his smallest team he's ever had, and you know, what can you say about him? They've responded very well to him and his coaching, and you know, he even calls it, he says, you know, I've had more fun with this football team because everything I've asked them, they've responded. You know, they're not big, but they go out every week and they play hard, and I've been very honest with this football team. If you don't play hard, you can't win. And they've come out and they've responded this year by playing hard and winning some football games, and they're going to go on after tonight.
Well, his team last year was much more imposing than this one. The size, the strength, the straight-ahead, just smash-mouth football they were able to play sometimes with Chris Powell, the fullback, and Josh Selzer in there, and Sexton, of course, who's back this season. But this year it is a little different team for Rockhurst, and we've seen that to perfection here tonight. And right now they're just trying to run the clock out. It's underneath a minute to play, 58 seconds to go in this one.
You can always tell the state of a high school football program when you look on the sidelines and there's like 4 times as many players on the sideline as there is on the football field. And from a Rockhurst point of view, it's almost maybe 6 times. You can tell what football means to that high school program there and that tradition that they have. They've had excellent teams. They've had great players that have come out of there and have gone on to play in the big-time sports. And it's just amazing that this school can keep continuing to, to get the players to be successful.
Huenfeld knocked out of bounds at about the 5-yard line. Well, yeah, all you have to do, Duran, is drive down Ward Parkway any evening, and you can see the amount of players that they have out for football. It is just incredible out there at Rockhurst High School. Again, timeout on the field with 47 seconds to play in this one. And again, recapping this one, the 2 early touchdowns by Rockhurst made it 14-0 Duran. Then that big play, the big play by Kanzler, stripped the football, took it in for the touchdown. It looked like a new football game.
I thought it was going to be a new football game coming out after the half. Grandview got the ball. They were able to move the ball down the field on some big plays, but then again, the mistakes killed them. I mean, they've hurt themselves tonight more than anything. So to blame anyone for this game, they have to blame themselves because of the position that they put themselves in for the most part tonight. Not really executing on first down situations. It seemed like every first down they got into, they were always committing a penalty or a mistake, which backed them up, and then they got into 2nd and long situations. And you can't do it against a good football team like a Rockhurst and expect to win. And I'm sure Grandview had all intentions of playing well and expecting to win this football game tonight. But when you do that, Neil, you have to take care of the things you need to take care of, and that is don't make mistakes in big football games because you won't win.
And the football season may be ending tonight for Grandview, but there are a lot of people that are going to go on to be successes on that football team. No question about it.
Fall on the ball.
You heard the instructions from Tony Severino, fall on the football.
Well, right here, Tony's he's showing respect for Sam Brown and his football team. I'm sure he could score and maybe run up the score, but what's the use? You played against a good football team. He has a good football team, and you just let it go with that. It was a great football game, played on his team's part. I'm sure Grandview would have liked to have played better by not having as many mistakes, but hey, they've had a great year, and he's showing respect to them and showing what kind of year that Grandview had.
Well done.
Two-class guys in Missouri football, meeting at center field. I tell you, Neil, it's been, high school football is great. I tell you, I had a great time just doing these games because you're going to see some quality athletes, and we saw some tonight.
Well, Grandview goes down. 8-2 they finish on the year. They lose their first one and their last one, but 8 straight victories in between. Rockhurst moves it to 7-2 by virtue of their victory tonight. We'll be back right after this.